Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. Let's go and welcome everybody, Arvanauts, to the final season of Eberron Oracle of War. I want to thank once again Wholesome Horror Gaming, Peripheral Mike Smith, for doing that absolutely incredible video, and I cannot explain how awesome it has been to have that stuff on board, and to have him. This was an idea that he and I had way back when we first started the campaign of what if we did this as seasons? What if we, had each of these seasons have its own video with that same awesome music from Chrono Wolf, and that is what we have done, and it's been awesome to watch it develop over time. And so again, shout out to Wholesome Horror Gaming, and thanks to all of you whose financial support has made it possible for me to pay Mike for each and every one of these videos. Just super, super awesome, and I'm really glad that it came together the way it did. And yes, welcome to day 76 of D&D with I&B. This is the premiere of the final season of Eberron Oracle of War. This season is called The Flames of War, and part 1 of The Flames of War is called The Final Tribute. That is part 17 overall, as you can see, of the Oracle of War. But before we go any further with that, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and please do join us over there on the YouTube channel. Again, subscribe to us there. Every new subscriber is a new record, so please join us over there. We really appreciate that. It's free for you to do, but it really helps us out, so please do that, and thank you. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, but I hope to be leaving that hell site behind soon, and !ArvSky will make that possible. Blue Sky is where I want to be spending my microblogging time now, and so I am only about, I think I'm at 911 followers now, so I said that when I get to 1,000 followers on Blue Sky, then I am going to lock down my Twitter and I will not use it anymore, and I will only be using Blue Sky going forward, so please join us over on Blue Sky, !ArvSky, and don't forget as well to check out the DMGM tip show known as Gen GMs, which I do with one Mr. Zach Clay, !Gen GMs for details about that. Website for this, arvanellaRun.com. Financially, Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You'll see myself and I think a couple of the others repping the Infinity and Beyond shirts today. You can get this too, these two, and you can also support the channel when you do that. Also, the Patreon, !ArvTreon. We want to get that over into triple digits. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and it is what makes it possible for me to be able to do things like pay for that awesome video that you just saw. So again, !ArvTreon would allow us to do that. Please join us over there. You can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. And also please consider subscribing to the channel, as Trendane was kind enough to do, has done so for 78 months, which is freaking unbelievable. 6 years, 6 months, has been supporting the Patreon during that time as well. So Tren has really been a big supporter for a long time. So I'm very grateful to Tren. You can do like that. You can be like Tren. You should be like Tren. You could be like Tren by supporting us by subbing to the channel. So please do that and get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. If you have not done so already, please consider supporting us on the publishing front. !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library. My 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the print books from Athos Arts, available there. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks. And a reminder that we have recently announced that the last 2 books, audiobooks in that series, which will also be narrated by Trent Sparks, are going to be coming out through Athos Arts. That's Renegade and Heretic. A lot of that is due to the big success of their current Kickstarter for Ulathina Thiel's, I believe it is, Finnish artist's Faraway Dreaming book. So if you go over there right now and support at even at like a $1 level, and then do the add-on, you can actually get the audiobooks for Greyshade and also get basically pre-order the Renegade and Heretic audiobooks for much cheaper. So please consider doing that, because that'll be less money for you and it will definitely help us out. We would love that. And so yes, you can do that with Greyshade. And also, while you're at that Greyshade link, you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming from our very own Brandon O'Brien as lead designer and Alligator Alley Entertainment as the publisher. Very excited for that. That's going to be releasing at Gen Con of this year, which is late July, early August. So you can get a pre-order in now and get your copies of this awesome new tabletop role-playing game coming very soon, and the first session of which you'll be able to see in premiere at Gen Con itself at the Writers' Symposium. So very excited for that. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now. That's a World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in that situation in the future. And so I am going to unmute myself and let the folks know we're ready to go, and apologize if I interrupted any of them because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute
always
them.
Arv, always.
And then I'm going to at last head over to reveal the crew. which has just for the first time seen the video that you all in chat have just seen of the final
Woohoo!
season, which was a little bit of a challenge, I will admit, to do the voiceover of summing up 16 plus levels of play so far. And the guy at poor Wholesome Horror Gaming was like, he was like, yeah, he's like, so I needed to cut a little bit of your voiceover because there was. I'm like, I know, but like there was so much to summarize. He's like, oh, I don't blame you, but we did need to cut it back a little. So, but anyway, but I was very happy that he was able to do that video, and I hope the crew was as well. It is wonderful to see these lovely folks here for season 6, the final season of Eberron. So I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat, with the light shining through the window and so on. And I guess I would say, in the spirit of the day, happy No More King's Day. And Tren, how's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
So there's this thing.
Yes, I've heard this story. Yes,
this check that I'd been waiting for so long.
Oh, it showed up.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
that's
dear.
exactly what I did, though. I was like, oh, and he's like,
Right.
wait.
So I took it to my bank and I said, hey, you got this check. Here's what I'm worried about. And so they went and they checked and they're like, okay, so there's a few things that are suspicious about this. I'm like, I know. That's why I'm here. And they were like, okay, so this number doesn't match with this thing and this thing. And say, what you'll need to go and call these people and double check and make sure that the funds are available. Okay, fine. So I went, came back home, and I called the number that they had given me and got to the phone tree, and it said to verify funds on a check. And I hit the thing and like put in the account number, and there are 3 numbers across the bottom of the check, and none of them worked. And I was like, woo. And so the next day I went back to my bank and I was like, none of these worked. And they're like, okay, well, let's do this. And I said, okay, all right, I'll go back home and I'll check. And in both cases, I was like halfway home before I remembered that I had my cell phone in my car. I could have just called while I was down there, but whatever. So I finally called. And there are 2 banks, basically. There is the remitting bank, the remitter bank, and then the bank that actually issued the check. So I called the remitter, and they were like, oh, wait, that's a Cadence Bank check? You have to call them. They're the ones who actually issued the thing, so they will know when it's okay, fine. So I called, and this lovely lady named Rachel answered the phone, and she said, okay, what's the check number? And I gave the check number. She said, what's the amount? I gave her the amount. What's the date? And I gave her the date. She said, can you hold for 5 minutes? I said, sure. She came back on 2 minutes later. She said, we never issued that check. And I'm like, thank you.
Wow.
And I hung up.
Oh my God.
Absolute scam.
I still don't get.
What are they getting out
So
of this?
what
It's
if you
very
find
involved
out
scam.
What
I mean,
happened?
yeah.
What I don't get it.
Did you
don't-
write to
Getting
them?
free audio?
They initially, like 2 months ago, sent me an email saying, hey, we want you to do this voiceover for this seminar thing on teen depression and ADHD and suicide and stuff, prevention, recognizing the signs and symptoms and how social media affects it. I'm like, I would love to do this. This sounds like something I would love to be involved in. And they're like, okay, we'll pay you this much. And part of my brain was like, that's like 10 times more than would be required for me to do. Fuck it, if they want to pay me, sure, I'll take it. But that's way more money than they should have to pay for something like this. So that was my first red flag, was the amount of money that they were offering. But as my housemate and I were talking about it, it's like, what could they possibly get out of it? I mean, if they got my home address, which is why I got the PO box and had them send the check there instead of here. And then it's like, if I like deposit, if they sent a check and it was for too much, and they said, no, wait, you need to send this sum back. And I sent it back, and then like, it's some convoluted bullshit I still don't understand. Whatever. They didn't get me. But there was, I was down at my bank when they had started, because one of the other things that is usually a good indicator of it being a scam is they will try to push you to do it very quickly, to do everything as fast as possible. And they didn't do that until I had to check. And then they're like, so have you deposited yet? I said, no, I told you I will let you know when I deposited and the funds clear. And so the last time I was down at my bank, they sent another email saying, hey, are you alive? We haven't heard from you. And I got back and I discovered that it was a fraud. And I said, yes, I'm alive and I'm holding a fraudulent check. Nice try. And I said the thing, and I haven't heard from them since then.
Amazing.
So, yeah, it's weird. Weird how that
Shocker.
works.
That's
Shocker.
terrible, though.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. That is why I have what's that site? Coffee. That's what it is. We have a coffee site, and my birthday's next weekend. So if you want to get me something, just send me some cash. You know, it's no big
Why don't you
deal.
put that link in the chat?
It's in my well, I
Oh,
could do
is
that, I
it?
guess. It's in my Blue Sky thing.
Yes, but it's not in our chat.
That's
Yeah,
not here. That's not
I know,
Here, sir.
I caught up eventually. Sometimes I'm slow on the upkeep, upkeep, upgive, give out, whatever. I'm playing Tanton, a dragon marked human artificer from the House of Making. Poor and tortured Sultan. No, that's not right. Okay, whatever. He used to have a mechanical good boy named Spanner, but
Several iterations of it.
And he hasn't had a chance to make a new one yet. And I thought, hey, I got creation as a spell, my first 5th level spell, and artificers only go as high as level 5 for spells. And I thought, hey, I can use create to create anything I need. And then when I read the spell, the more exotic the substance that I make, the less time it lasts. So if I make like wood or stone or something like that, it lasts for like weeks or months. But if I make something that's mithril or adamantine, it lasts like a minute. And it's like, well,
So you're
that's
like,
not gonna
look,
help
everybody,
me.
it's the new Spanner.
Yeah, he just falls apart. It's like, I'm gonna name him Jenga from now on because he just falls apart.
I think Tinker Toy is perfectly appropriate.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So
Look, it's off-brand Lego.
Duplo. It's like Hydrox being the off-brand.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think Hydrox was first, but whatever. Yeah.
Well, it is very cool to have you with us as always, Trent. I'm glad that you did not get taken in by the scam. I'm sorry that the scam was even attempted, and people should just be paying you, because to do amazing work without having to scam. Do not scam this man. Do not try to scam this man. But it is always a pleasure to have you with us, and also a pleasure to have Marie Bilodeau with us, who has joined us from the Great North. It's good to see you, Marie, as always. And yeah, again, happy No King's Day, and I have to be careful because if I say no more kings by accident, that means that I'm condemning one of the people that wrote songs for this channel, whose band name was No More Kings. So listen, it'd be great if we could have a day for them, but I don't think that's the case. So just happy No King's Day. And how's everything with you? And whom are you playing? And since we heard about creation from Tanton, actually, I should ask this very quickly of Trent.
Rolling.
Yes, exactly. Hit points. Exactly.
I will be rolling.
Yeah, let me do that, and then we'll come to Merriman next.
I'm currently at 127. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, here we go.
Hey,
plus 10, so
that's
137.
137. Wow. Okay, and you are maxed out at that amount. We're going to say, and you have a hero point to begin as well. Lovely. Okay, and I guess that the thing you wanted to highlight most of all was that creation spell, or anything else cool you want to highlight at 17, Trent, before I move on, and we'll do that for each person.
I believe all of our proficiency bonuses go up to 6.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's good.
Nice.
Yep, that's good stuff.
Which is why my spell save DC is now 19. So
save against this. Fortunate the first 2 enemies you face have a plus 15. Okay. It is a point, like, as we get to the end of this, where the system does start to creak a bit because the numbers are just plus 30. Oh yeah, plus 40.
Oh, yeah.
Like whatever. Anyway, always a pleasure to have turn of this. So Marie, how is everything with you, and whom are you playing tonight, and any things you want to highlight about Merime's new level?
Yes. Things are good. It was a good day. Carrie and I went to the Star Trek versus Star Wars concert in town where, and this was exciting. So they were doing a bunch of different Star Trek themes and Star Wars music, but they also created it's a Kevin Lau, an Ottawa-based composer, created a new theme that does not mash up both, but that kind of unites them in thematically and with some of the soundscapes. It was really beautiful. It was called
Ooh,
Child of the Stars.
nice.
And yeah, it was a really beautiful piece and it was fun following it through. And you could tell here, like, that's a bit more Star Wars influenced, a bit more Star Trek influenced,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
cool.
it was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was very cool. And the whole it's Ottawa Pop Orchestra, they're called. Like they do a bunch of fan stuff, geek stuff, and it was a lot of fun. It was at an old church downtown. And we went out on a Saturday downtown. So it was very exciting for Carrie and I, who are more homebodies than not. So yeah, so a good time, a good day. I believe she's making green green tomato and jalapeno fritters right now, but that's neither here nor there.
That doesn't even begin. That's great because you just said two things. I'm like, no thanks. For the first time in forever, I don't
Perfect.
care that Carrie's making that.
Done.
Great.
I will take his share.
Done. Done. So I'm excited to be here. I was afraid I was going to be late, so I love the new intro. Thank you, Greg. That looks really cool. We did too much. I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
It's been a lot.
It's just too much. We all need a nap. We just need to chill a bit. I am playing Mirime Hawksboard. I am a College of Bard, College of Sword, College of Bard, College of
College of
Sword
Bard's sword.
Bard.
You just become the
College of
sword, like I
Bard's
said. Yeah.
sword. I'm a sword now. I am I'm also psychic because I'm a Kalishtar, and she's an Eberron specific race, which gives cool psychic powers, but also comes with weird stuff. And last time I touched the mind of a god, and it really messed with my head, which was cool and dramatic. And I was like, I had trauma the next day, and I'm still working through it personally. But what I get this time, so the proficiency bonus is nice. My spell save DC is also up to 19, which I'm very excited about. I get my Song of Rest, which I never use because we never, ever, ever do short rest, ever. But if ever we get to use it, I get a plus 12 that I give you guys now.
Plus
but
12. Wow.
not once have I used it this entire campaign. I do not expect to need it now, but I can.
A plus 12 to wait, a plus 12 to what?
Song
Your
of
hit
Rest.
dice.
Your hit dice.
So you get what your hit dice, and then you get
dice?
Yeah, it's like going to a Peter Frampton concert. You're just in awe the whole time. You're just like,
It adds a
oh,
plus
wow.
12. Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Holy
So,
crap.
but I
And if
have
you
to
combine
like,
that with Jen's Supreme Healing, it's
yeah.
full points plus 12.
Don't steal my thunder.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Fire. No more fritters for you.
Oh,
But the sad part is Marie's right. I don't think we've ever used a short rest ever in
No,
this
we
campaign, like,
haven't.
one
Believe
time.
me, I've had it since like 3rd level, and we have not used it, but it's okay. But I took a new spell, my first level 9 spell, which I'm very excited about. And thanks to Tren's wonderful suggestion, I took something called Psychic Scream, which in which if they are at the right hit points, I can explode their heads. And where Mirime is at right now, she is psychically screaming quite a lot in her mind after that God touched minds. So that kind of worked thematically for her.
Very scanners. How about
Yeah.
hit points? What are we looking at doing? Are you doing as the
Just-
gods have told you to, or are you going to,
I don't listen to no god, no gods, no kings. I'm gonna just
no gods?
I'm just gonna take the average, which I believe is 5 plus my constitution,
Mhm.
3, 8 plus my toughness,
Just 2 more.
2
Yep.
more, so 10.
Which means that you have reached 201 hit points. The time has finally come. 201 hit points out of 201.
Wow.
That's staggering stuff. But as I told them
Very
all,
excited.
chat, there's a powerful crew, but they'll need that to deal with the Tarask Lich that they'll be fighting next. So that'll be fun. Anyway, and 1 hero point for Marime as well.
Yes.
I cannot wait
Thank
to
you.
see all of that played out. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Which brings us to, as noted in the video, the wild card. and that is, in this case, at least the character's wild card. I don't think Brandon's a wild card. Brandon we know to be a good person, a spectacular poet and game designer, and all that. So it's good to see you, Brandon. How's everything going in your neck of the woods and so on? Happy No King's Day as well. And whom are you playing, and what cool things do you want to highlight about the awesomeness of your character?
Happy No King's Day to you all. Every time you said that aloud, I immediately think of No Dice, No Masters.
Yeah.
Because that's stuck in my brain. That part of my TTRPG brain just turns on for some reason.
Yep.
My week has been good. Speaking of checks, I recently finally went to the bank to deal with a financial situation that you are partly responsible for, Greg. My St. John's check is finally in my account. Now I have to wait 15 working days for me to actually acquire the money. But it exists. The check is real. It worked.
Geez, Brandon, trend is right here, sir. I mean,
God,
damn.
This is me reminding you all that Brandon Sparks is actually a very brilliant person who has on more than one occasion been the stalwart of one or more things that happen on this channel, and you should definitely support Tren on Ko-fi. I call it Ko-fi, but let's call it Ko-fi this time. Because Tren is rad. But yes, I did the thing, and in that time I have also finally seen Sinners, which is very, very cool.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sinners is fucking dope, y'all.
I have bought it and I've just started it, and I was just like, I'm not in the right headspace for this. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to wait until I'm in the right headspace and
Yeah.
get into it.
Yeah. I am not going to spoil anything, but immediately, like just a couple days afterward, like just yesterday, I was in a panel for a Weekend with Good Friends, which is the online convention being run by the Good Friends of Jackson Elias, which is a horror TTRPG podcast. I was invited by someone that I met at Necronomicon Providence to be a part of a panel about international horror and TTRPGs. And I will only say that I am very grateful to have seen Sinners before that panel happened, because it reminded me of a thing that I'm sure other people of color mention a lot whenever people are attempting to use any kind of science fiction, fantasy, horror touchstone from a marginalized community, which is y'all underestimate exactly how cool and interesting otherwise quote-unquote Western media fantasy touchstones are, because Sinners made an entire theme out of a core element of the vampire myth in a way that I thought was perhaps one of the most impressive things that I've ever seen in a horror movie, full stop, thematically. And those are questions you can ask about the things that you already are accustomed to all the time, instead of trying to figure out another way to bastardize something that you saw in an anime that one time. So yeah, that has been like sticking in my brain very intensely, and has also inspired me to get back to the drawing board about my own RPG stuff. Now that Grey Shade is finally done, I repeat, Grey Shade is finally done. Very soon you will be able to hold Grey Shade in your hands. So getting back to work on Sound Clash in particular has been very, very fun. And I'm very excited to at some point be able to maybe finish the thing that we did a couple of years ago, ? I am not holding out hope, but that would also be cool. So yeah, that came to mind.
Before you go on, I'm sorry, I just want to quickly ask, because I'm sure Chad is hearing the exact same thing. Like we started talking about Sinners, and suddenly, we started talking about Sinners, and then suddenly there was this doof, doof, doof. Is that, are you okay, John? Are you?
That's, I don't know what is going on in Green Bay. Unless we're having a fireworks, it's fireworks. Okay, apparently we bring out the works for No More King's Day.
I see. Okay,
a little surprising. That sounds like someone kicking the side of a wall.
I was gonna say it sounded like the outside of your room. I was like, are they shooting
No,
the
yeah,
fireworks
I
at
was-
your
I-
house?
I
Quite
saw someone
loud.
throwing
They
rocks
were
at your
quite
window.
loud. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like, I probably should have turned off the mic. Sorry about that. And it's still going. I
No,
guess
it's
they're-
fine.
Yeah.
It's just literally it was like sinners, and then doof, doof, I'm like, oh my god! Like,
You were just as surprised as I was. That was not on the agenda to the best of my knowledge for today. It's like, oh.
got you. No, that's cool. Now that we all know what it is.
I mean, I'm glad that it's officially a holiday. I guess this means that it's gonna stay on the calendar next year.
I think it should.
I think
until
it would
certain
be
persons
no joke.
out of the
I
White
think
House.
that
Yeah.
exactly. I was going to say as soon as that happens, I would love to see that become a holiday. Absolutely, we could use a yearly reminder of it. I think. Anyway,
King's
but sorry.
holiday.
Say again. What? Sorry, Jen. What was that?
A no King's holiday.
No King's Holiday, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But not Kings County because that's fine. I don't want anyone in Kings County to be cast aside. Anyway, but sorry, Brandon, go on. I just want to make sure that John was okay and was not going to be taken from us in the next 5 seconds. Yes. So, but anyway, that is pretty cool though, and I've got to make sure that is there going to be a recording? Is there like after the fact of
the
that?
video is already on YouTube. I
Oh,
will
it is?
look for it and make sure that it is in the chat.
Yeah,
shortly.
I'd like to check it out. That'd be cool.
Yeah, because it's me, Pam Punzalan, Liam Stevens, Perry Clark, who is not only a very talented podcaster and actual play performer, but is also a licensed therapist as well. And I am forgetting his name. James Mendes Hodes, who is another TTRPG designer as well. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
that was actually really brilliant, and I will make sure that video is available for folks to see because that was really cool. So yes, I am Brandon O'Brien. Tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic is gun, and who is the softest person here. Now that I've been reminded that people are in the low 200s of HP, because now I have to roll 1d6 plus 4 to see how much more HP I get over 91.
I want to see this.
So you're still on, even if you maxed out. No, if you maxed out, you would.
You can go to triple digits.
You could do it.
Can happen.
You could do it, buddy.
Yep.
You can do it. Come on.
Yep.
I have faith in you.
Yep.
Oh
Go, let's go.
1d6 plus 4. If I don't at least get to 6, this is a terrible roll.
Yay!
That's,
Yay!
yeah.
It does bring
Right.
you to 99.
So that puts me at 99.
You're
you know?
like just shy of that.
All right.
Still though, with 1 hero point. And then what do you want to
Mhm.
highlight though about having reached the dizzying level? I have to say, Chad, I don't know. I should ask the players if any of them have had a level 17 character. This is moving into uncharted territory for most players. Most players in D&D
First time.
will never
Yeah.
get to level 17. And I have only once DM'd a character that was level 17, and it was at the very end of the campaign that I ran with. With John and Tren with Infinity and Beyond when we were playing Palace of the Red Pasha. But I think you just hit it after we finished. So it was like, so this is all high level stuff, which is very exciting. But so what do you want to highlight, Brandon, about Rowan hitting 17?
So to that point, this is the first time that I've ever played a Dungeons and Dragons character in the double digits of level. that I actually like started leveling instead of like somebody just gave me a level 10 character sheet. So among other things, I've now gotten my 4th and final meta magic.
Okay.
So instead of getting twin spell back again, I am now getting empowered spell. I've now gotten my my first 9th level spell slot. So I've taken Gate in the event that we need another way to get out of a sticky situation.
You just want to go. You don't want to happen what happened in the last time. You want to go and get them and be like, bring them back. You're like, no. I'm going to find this person.
No,
and
yeah,
keep
it would
them
be
in the
very
other plane.
convenient now to be like, oh, Elarian is now in another plane of existence. Let's just call Elarian's name softly, and he can return
Exactly.
to us.
Exactly.
Hell to the yeah. Oh my god.
And now, obviously, my sorcery points are now up to 17.
17 sorcery points.
Which, if you know how I've been using sorcery points, they might as well just be loaded bullets. So that's very fun.
Good stuff.
John, if anybody else asks about that noise, you should just tell them it's a bug zapper and you've got really big mosquitoes there.
I mean,
Yeah, no
it's
joke.
Wisconsin, so we do.
See?
Why?
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
that's fair. That's fair.
Ow.
Well, it is a pleasure to have Brandon with us as always, and I am, if all goes well, he said slowly, I am looking forward to maybe seeing Brandon in person over the next couple of months, but stay tuned. But hopefully,
One minor update, but still we are all crossing all of our appendages, but I have to update you about the thing person.
Oh, okay, yes. But anyway, always a pleasure, Brandon, and I'm excited to see what Rowan gets up to. That leads us to, of course, Jennifer Brozek, who is living safely in. You are broadly in Kings County, right? That is Kings County.
I am
right?
actually in Snohomish.
Oh, it's okay.
border
Okay.
Of King County.
Okay.
I mean, I literally less than a click away.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it was really close. Okay. So
Yeah, it's super close. It used to be that everybody in Kenmore would drive up to Bothell to shoot off fireworks, but now we also now have a ban on fireworks. Not that anyone around here listens.
yeah, no, that's even not
Yeah,
good
at
grief.
all.
But it's good to see you, Jen. Again, happy No King's Day and all that. And how are you? And yeah, what cool things have we got for Nisiana now that level 17 has arrived?
Well, the coolest thing that is going on in my life right now is my husband has been accepted into his master's program.
Oh, congratulations! That's great.
Awesome.
Getting a master's in library science and information, masters of library and information science.
Very cool.
At UW, which is the #1 MLIS program in the nation and #2 in the world.
That is where my mother-in-law got same Masters of Library Science, was at UW. So yeah.
And that
Nice.
we just found that out.
Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome.
very
He's been hanging out in my Gloomhaven streams. You probably know Jen once in a while.
I do.
with
Oh, every
Zach,
time
yeah.
I see you on Oblivion or Gloomhaven, I'm like, hey.
Yeah, he's been popping in. Has been very helpful. No, congratulations to him. That's great.
That's awesome.
Now,
I take it then that he's preparing to be the person who is. Oops, sorry. I was just gonna say, I take it that he's preparing to be the person who's responsible for all of your archiving when that is all said and done at some point.
You know, we actually have no idea where we're going to end up or what's he going to do with this, but he decided he wants to work with books in the library system, and he has a good technical background, which means he could be doing, in charge of libraries for research companies. He could be doing local libraries as like it's library and information science. So I don't know, but you did ask if somebody had ever played this type of character.
Yeah.
And actually last year, my husband ran me and a couple of friends through a game that we actually did get up to level 20. But by the end of the game, it's like we would have a game level up, have a game level up.
Oh, every time. I see you. Okay.
And so we didn't really get to play with each new.
Yeah.
So this is the first game where I'm getting to really like play with the new loveliness. Like, for example, as Trent mentioned, Supreme Healing.
Supreme. I feel like every time that has to be Supreme Healing, like something like that.
Supreme Healing basically means if I am supposed to do 2d12 plus 5 to heal you, you get 29 hit points because you get the max of the die. Maximum.
Oh, nice.
Plus my thing.
Crazy.
And that's just a passive thing that always happens. Like you just always
Correct.
max heal. Yeah. Okay.
17th level clerics are no joke.
The next thing, I have now access to. I had access to 4 9th level spells, but one of them I just never would, so I didn't even mark it down. I do have access to Gate. I do have access to True Resurrection. But the one that I'm probably going to keep on tap is Mass Healing. And y'all, did it go
Yeah, it
through?
does. That's enough to see. You restore up to 700 hit points divided as you choose. So you overheal Rowan. He's just too much healing.
I'm never dying again.
It's just overflow.
Give me extra hit points.
It is basically battlefield heal
Yeah, that's awesome.
within 30 feet, I think. Is it 30 feet or no, within 60 feet?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I can cured of all disease and any effect that makes them blinded or deafened. And of course, except for Spanner, because Spanner is a construct, which makes me very sad. I will be rolling the 1d8 plus 4 for
I
my
love
hit
it.
points.
Oh, yeah, okay, let's do that.
I rolled a 1 again. I will
Uh,
accept it. I'm going to hold on to my hero point, so that'll put me at 146.
146. Okay, so two things I want to note quickly. So you're at 146 out of 146. First of all, imaginary exponent, yes, the original 2014 rules, when we move to the next campaign, as I bring in new campaigns, we will do the 2024 rules at that point, and we'll sort of shift over. Also, they've just started to shoot off fireworks here. So apparently it's spread here. So now we got fireworks going on everywhere.
I hope they don't do it here because we haven't had any rain.
Yeah, well, we've had here actually we've had pretty much nothing, but it was all raining all today. Today they'd have a lot of work to do to actually set anything on fire here. But yeah, no, I wish the same thing. I don't want any more fires your way.
We got rain
But anyway,
morning.
yeah. It's been very rainy. But anyway, that's the answer to that imaginary. So yeah, that healing is going to be super legit. And of course, you don't have to worry about that negative energy thing anymore.
Goodness.
Either, Jen. So there's that. So that sounds pretty awesome. 146 out of 146, 1 hero point. I am excited to see how that all comes together and the learning process of harming and healing. We'll see how Nisiana balances all that in her mind.
I still have access to harm, and I still have access to sunburst and holy aura, and
yeah,
I really, really, really want to use divine word at some point.
That's yes. I want that. I also want that just so I can actually be like, and the word is, just that's all. I'd love to actually divine word. Anyway, but always a pleasure to have Jen with us and to have Nisiana with us.
Oh, one other thing.
Oh, yes, please.
I won the artwork from Grace P. Fong in the Sifwa Silent Auction.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to have her do a version of Nisiana with her full aura going.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's to order? Oh my God.
Is
wow,
that
it is?
really cool.
It's a custom.
Wow.
And so I'm going to do the dragons and have her do it all.
That's slick. When that's done, Jen, would you be willing to could we actually show it on stream, put it up as a graphic?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would have no problem with that. It's just I had no idea how long it's going to take for her to do. I just know that I want it, and Grace and I are friends, which is one of the main reasons I'm going to win this.
I'm super excited. That's awesome. That's awesome.
And I was like,
rad.
Nisiana has been my main character for so long. I'm like, it's got to be her.
Yep.
It's got to be her.
Yep. Awesome stuff. That's really cool. I am excited to see that. We have had several of those moments in this campaign chat, like the coolest thing ever, like having light and passion and campaign inspired dice sent to us and all that was really awesome. And obviously we've had the shirts, which I think has been cool too. But having something like that would be pretty slick. Being able to see, that from one of the characters would be really neat. So very cool. Well, always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, seems to have settled down a bit out in Green Bay now. And that is
got through the finale, yes.
That is our good friend John Helfers, who will remain a good friend despite several videos that he sent me that are jokes about the Steelers having Aaron Rodgers.
Hold on. I gotta see if I can do this right. Okay. Steelers got a Super Bowl.
I just, it's.
So
I don't.
if this is a Philly thing, and the guy's hilarious. His handle's terrible. It's called Urinating Tree, but he's a Super Bowl fan. And the people I've shown to you, Tom Grossi, actually, who's a huge Packer fan, actually moved from New York to Wisconsin recently, which is that's super awesome. And then the other guy whose name I can't remember, but he's also very funny. I just can't help tweaking Greg a little bit because it's so funny. The Jets went through this, and now the Steelers are going through it. So, I hope you're prepared, buddy. I hope you're prepared.
Life is suffering, John. Life is suffering.
Look, go through the 5 stages with him. I think it'll really help you out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That was very funny.
And, it's a hoot. It's a hoot. But all in good fun, of course. Look, maybe he'll turn it around.
Who knows?
Hope springs eternal.
But
Anyways,
in this world, how are you doing
yes.
otherwise? And who are you playing? And Happy No King's Day. And who are you playing? And what cool thing do you want to talk about that they've received?
So now that my eardrums have stopped ringing, that was a total surprise. I had no clue that was even going on. But good for Green Bay, and I will say on this day that our police chief put out a very specific. They did a Q&A on the whole thing, and they said that we have other more important things to do than to assist ICE in their blah 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 blah. As I pretty much said, we're not helping. I was like, wow, good for you. I'm impressed.
Good.
So I have honestly, in general, a fairly low opinion of police, but I'm like, okay, that's a step in the right direction. I like to see it. I mean, our force is decent. I wouldn't say it's like 100%, but they're pretty good. Anyways, yeah, it's great to be here. We're only playing one time this month, so sob, but it is what it is because everyone's traveling, including myself, because I'm heading over to Columbus next week for Origins. Kind of kicking off the summer convention season, so very excited about that. It's their 50th. This is going to be very interesting to see. But yeah, looking forward to it. We went last year, Catalyst did, and did better than we expected, so we're like, yeah, we'll go back, sure. And it's not that far away from me. Unfortunately, some of my friends who usually show up there, some from this group, are not going to be there, so it makes me sad, but there's other people who will be there, so it'll be good. I am playing Eberron, the Warforged, Starforged Aegis, 8 million names he's got on them. So yeah, couple things for me. So yes, the proficiency bonus, which finally I was, with my strength bonus, I was at +10 to my sword work. Now I'm at +11, so yay, that's good. I start hitting things more often. My spirit dice are now at their highest die class, which is the wonderful D12. So D12 does not get enough love, so now it's a D12. So I'm looking forward to playing with those.
All right.
And then I'm not sure I'm not going to say it was completely apropos of the last session, but I got my final star-shaped Aegis, and we actually talked about this. The group talked about this a lot before in the green room, and it is called Unmoving Determination. Your Aegis ensures that you stand tall and proud when enemies would try to force you to lose focus. You have the advantage on saving throws against the charmed, frightened, and stunned conditions. And of course, with my soul, I think it's soul bond, shared spirit, I can also give that ability to other people who at some time may actually need that kind of little boost to their, wisdom or whatever, what have you. It never depends. So, but yeah, I think that fit Eberron very well in terms of their ability and what they do. And I actually had like 3 or 4 different things. The list is long of the various show, but we decided this was a good idea, and I'm very pleased with it. So, and yes, and before you ask, Arv, because I am beyond your cosmos and therefore beyond your ken, I am taking the straight 10 points. Thank you very much. So that puts me at 167, I believe, for hit points.
That is accurate.
And then that raises my Aegis armor to 83.
83.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 83 out of 83. As if we needed more of a, even more tanky McTankville.
I'm pretty sure we're going to, considering the level we're at. And look, that Terrestrial list is coming. I just know it is, so I've got to be ready.
I really, as soon as I said it, everyone kind of was like, what? And I'm like, and I was like, yeah, well, that's actually coming very soon. You definitely. So
it's gonna put on Old Mo's armor and clank around like Godzilla.
It's actually going to be a Terrestrial Lich mimic. So you'll pull up in a chest.
There you go.
It's going to be awesome.
Anyway, great to be here, and yeah, let's go, folks.
Let's do it. All right. I would like to bring everyone to the map. And I would like to fire up a little bit of music here. Been a little while since we've had Lonesome West, but I'm going to throw that up here, which has been one of my favorites, sort of thematically, with the rest of this campaign. I don't have to talk necessarily just about what happened in the last session, but basically what has happened to bring us to this point. You will all know, Chad, if you've been watching this for a while, and if you haven't, pause this VOD and
the
go
hell?
watch all of the, go watch the previous 75 days, and we'll be here. But the King's Citadel has accomplished a great deal, as the video that you saw was hoping to show, about the level of accomplishment that they had. But over the course of that time, they have faced a series of threats. Some of these they have been able to either dismiss or reduce. They were able to, for example, overcome the Flamewind Rakshasa that had basically taken over the body of Flamewind, or replaced, I should say, Flamewind. They were able to defeat the Rakshasa. They were dealing with the Emerald Claw, and while it's still possible that remnants will remain, they have not, wiped out all elements of it. It's fair to say that they have struck one of my favorite words in this context, a grievous blow against the center of the Emerald Claw. The problem, of course, in all of that, or I shouldn't say the problem, but in the lingering threat has always been the Lord of Blades, and what the Lord of Blades is going to do to raise this invincible army of Warforged and throw them against the people of Corvair. What the King's Citadel has discovered over time is several things. First, that the Lord of Blades is planning to do this by finding the Oracle of Bones, and that the Oracle of Bones supposedly can be found somewhere near this Forge of Making. And if the Oracle of Bones, using the Oracle of Bones to find the Forge of Making. And if the is able to find that, then the Lord of Blades can turn out this incredible army of Warforged that will A, be more powerful than Warforged normally, and B, will be sort of never-ending, right? Just a constant sea of Warforged, and that would be very bad for everyone who is not allied with that group within the Lord of Blades circle. So that's the first thing. The other thing that they've discovered over the course of time is that the Oracle of War that they possess is a strange item, not just because of its power, but because of its erratic behavior. And what they discovered recently as well is that erratic behavior is not simply because it spent a bunch of time in the gray. It apparently is because it is itself powered by a set of ensorcelled and entrapped genies that are essentially running this thing. It's not elementals, which is what the expectation would have been, but these entrapped genies that are making the Oracle of War do what it is that it does. And combined with the gray and a bunch of other things, is creating all of these dangerous effects. And so the party finds itself in a very difficult position. The Oracle of War ultimately may be their only way to be able to override or overcome the troops of the Lord of Blades, but every time they use the Oracle of War, weird stuff happens, and there is the risk that it will attract the attention of others who would like nothing more than to get that oracle. And so it's with that sort of context and that background here that we begin Season 6, our premiere of Season 6, called The Flames of War, with Part 1, which is called The Final Tribute. Before I do this, I want to ask about just the legacy events. Could folks let me know quickly? You will not have the Death is a Door legacy event, but does anyone have the Dragon Spirit legacy event? I know one of you that should.
Yes, me and Tantan.
Right.
Yes, I do.
So Tantan's got that. You also, I believe, all have the Making Trouble legacy event.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's going to be important. And then last but not least, did you have the Rescued Agent legacy event? You may not have that one.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we killed her.
Okay. So these legacy events are things from earlier in the campaign, sometimes considerably earlier in the campaign, that have effects
Right.
later on.
That still had an effect later on, let me tell you.
There was stuff that happened, yes. And so we will keep that in mind. We're going to be starting in one spot, but before we start in that spot, well, we're going to go to the spot, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to do something as we arrive there. You have been asked to go to, I will scroll down and over, right here, the city of Rote. Now, Rote is the capital of Breland. Sharn, City of Towers, just like in New York State, Albany is the capital, not New York City, even though everyone thinks of New York City that way. Everyone thinks of Sharn as being the most important thing, but it's not the capital of Breland. It is Rote, which is the royal seat and which is the capital of Breland. And the party has been asked to go to Rote
Again.
Yes, to return. That's right, because you have gone once before. But to return to Rote. And so we're going to start here with you having recently arrived in Rote. And specifically, you have arrived, and I'm going to describe the arrival, and you've arrived and been brought to very luxurious quarters. And I'll mention who's with you and why that matters in just a moment. You are here because you've been summoned to a meeting with King Boranel Irwinam. Now, for those of you who heard me say, Happy No King's Day to everyone, I apologize for the unfortunate timing. But
I mean, I'm telling you, Arv, you know what we have to do now. I'm just saying.
Listen.
I thought you were just trying to uncreate the basketball team, so
whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Screw you,
Sacramento.
LA, no Kings!
Sacramento gets nothing.
Oh, right.
LA gets nothing. Exactly. But you've been summoned to a meeting with King Boranel Irwinarn, and of course, Boranel is technically your superior. Hilar has been, of course, the contact this whole time. Built on both sides of the Howling River, the capital of Brayland is an elegant walled city of tree-lined boulevards, and as it says here, with nary a beggar or ruffian in sight. I will try to elide the class thing that's sort of jumping over for a reason, I'm just saying. But standing on a rocky island in the middle of the river is your destination and the place to which you have been brought, Broken Blade Castle, which is the imposing ancestral home of Brayland's rulers.
Charming.
And I believe that all of you have been here before, except possibly for Rowan, but I'll come back to Rowan, when you received your commissions to be part of the King's Citadel. And so you were brought here. Yeah, exactly, your commission. Do it or else. Your commission. Having said that, though, this is a castle which is if there is any place that is the sort of center of what Brayland would like to imagine itself to be, it probably wouldn't necessarily be Sharn. Arguably, Sharn is representative of what Brayland actually is, enormously diverse, widely diverse in terms of class structure as well, literal iterations of the rich up top and the poor down at the bottom, all that stuff, right? That's what Brayland probably actually is, a nation which all of you are a part of, despite its flaws. But Rote is probably what Brayland would like to imagine itself as. Peace, order, structure, stability. Things which you don't have a lot of opportunity to enjoy in recent months because of your jobs. But you're here now, and you are in these luxurious quarters here. And what I want to ask, first of all, I want to ask Rowan if Rowan's been here before. And then I want to put a few of you together in a few little vignettes for reasons which will become, I hope, clear. So I'll start with Brandon. Do you think Rowan would have been in Broken Blade Castle, or at least in the city of Rote at any point?
Rowan has been to Rote before.
Okay.
Rowan has run many a con here, most of which has gone pretty terribly.
Dear.
I'm pretty sure one of the last times I would have actually attempted to run a grift in Rote was just after I would have I have been here sometime just before having lost my arm.
Okay. Did you lose your arm as a consequence of something that happened here? Because I know you went to Sharn, and it was there, I believe, that Tanton did all the repair work and all that. But before that, is something that happened here what led to the arm loss? The arm loss to you being disarmed, if you will.
Oh, God.
The first domino that fell that led to me not only discovering this arm, but discovering the replacement arm, but losing my meat arm. That first domino did in fact fall in Rote. Yes.
Okay. That I wondered if so. Outstanding. I mean, that's just curious. I'm just asking. I was just wondering. Okay. So I am going to put a few people together here. You all have, again, I want to emphasize, super luxurious quarters. Like, each one of you has a room that is basically like, 800 square feet on its own, like just like, the best kind of, silk sheets and plush cushions, and like there are magically generated and warmed showers, which are perpetual, like shower bathtubs. So basically, whenever you get close to the shower, all you need to do is step in, and it will start at the exact right temperature every time, and it will remain looping that way until you get out, at which point you will stand on something which is magically generated to immediately dry you with comfortable, warm air. Everything that you basically go to, you can declare that you want it to be a certain time of day within the room in terms of light, and it will light to the amount you want, drop to the darkness level you prefer, all that kind of stuff. You can call for any sort of music to be played within your room, and it will magically begin to do so. This is like top level stuff, and don't get me started on the food. I mean, room service is free, y'all. Okay, like it's the best, right? It's very similar to what Marie has planned for CanCon. She's told me. So there's all that. Anyway, so that's sort of that's the situation that we find ourselves in. You'll all be able to talk to whoever you want after I get through these little vignettes, but I want to put here first of all, Rowan, I want to put you with Larian if I can. And you and Alarian are basically in this common area, essentially, which is in between or sort of in the center. You've been in something like this before. We had a common area and you had rooms all around. You basically have a large common area like that as well. And this common area has multiple, like, couches and so on. It is actually in an outdoor courtyard. So there's like a little fire pit in the middle, but the courtyard is magically shielded such that rain and drizzle does not come down upon you from the sky above unless you wish it to. You can command it to, and then it will rain, and it will specifically drizzle just on you if you want it to be. So basically everyone has their own climate control is what I'm saying. And so, Rowan, you and Alarian are in this common area, and you are here with Halar Brasal, who has come with you to this situation, to this event. And Halar is sitting in a seat. You wonder a little bit if he sort of is enjoying the comfort level, or whether it's a little bit awkward since you can't. It's probably been a long time since. It's been a long time for all of you since you've ever been in luxury like this, and it may have been way longer than that since Halar's ever been sitting in luxury like this. So he is still sitting there, as maybe a little bit uncomfortably sitting in his plush seat. And there are drinks in front of him. There can be drinks in front of either of you. Alarian, probably not useful for you, but there's a drink in front of Rowan if you wish it, or not if you wish it. But Halar is there, and he's leaning back, and he has just finished the sentence. The truth is, it's possible we're going to be asked to use this Oracle of War. And if that happens, knowing what we know, I'm not sure how we're going to keep a lid on it. That's why I wanted to talk to both of you. So he's just said that sentence, and I want to give Alarian and Rowan, either of you, an opportunity to respond, or both, to respond to that.
I think we kind of look at each other first. Yeah.
This is at the end of a convo about this, by the way. Yeah.
Yes. We give each other a very curious look, and I go, just to be sure, because you are aware of how serious a decision that would be, you have decided to call on the most responsible person, the most responsible living thing you may have ever discovered on this warm green earth of ours. And you decided to pair that person with Rowan Shallow?
And so...
opposites attract.
So Halar gives a slight smile, which is all Halar generally does, and says, it's precisely because of that I actually wanted to speak to the two of you. All of you, members of the King's Citadel, are going to be responsible for this. But if I were to look at, well, the five of you, and I was to think of the one who has got the most sort of, I suppose, and he kind of looks at you, Alarian, as like sort of stable demeanor, perhaps? The one who's supposed to stand strong, prevent others from getting hurt, that sort of thing. And then if I were to look at the one who's the more loosely interpreting the way regulations work, and he kind of looks in your direction, Rowan. He says...
I bow.
He says, you two are it. In a way, you're on either side of a spectrum, and the Citadel needs that entire spectrum to have done what it's done. It is, some people might say, well nigh miraculous that you've accomplished what you have. I knew that you could do it, but I also knew that it was going to take a whole lot, and it wouldn't happen based purely on protective strength or on random chance or the control of it, and he kind of slightly bows his head towards you, Rowan. It was going to be a combination. What I'm asking the two of you is, how do you think we can keep the Oracle of War the way we need it to be, in some method of control for us? And then he looks at the both of you. You have 3 other people that you're also responsible for, the other members of the Citadel. How do you think all of them are going to respond to having to deal with this thing?
I want to be very clear here that Illyrian is attempting to mimic the relaxation positions of other humanoids.
Okay.
And so they are sitting in a chair, but they are like at the waist, bent at an exact 90-degree angle, and they've actually got an ottoman, so their feet are actually out. But they're
Are they
literally
floating
like
above the ottoman? Like,
well,
so
that's your call. If I could, I would.
Okay.
Because of, but at the very least, they're sitting, but it's ramrod straight, like almost sitting at attention, and then at the precise 90 degrees, so the legs are like straight out in front of them. And of course,
Okay.
still 7 feet tall, so it's like enveloping the entire chair. And so I watch Hilar say his thing, and Rowan, and then so, and basically says, well, the other 3, of course, are going to have their own opinions. And I imagine that you're going to have this conversation with them as well.
I will.
The request, and I believe that all 5 of us will take it as a request and not an order. And here's why. Certainly it should not be done anywhere near a populated center. Because, I can't remember if we actually told Hilar about this, so I'm going to tell him again. When the Oracle is utilized in any way, assuming we even think to agree to do so, and I'm not sure we're going to, when it is used, it sends out a powerful magic, it becomes a beacon for things that people do not want to encounter. And so, using it near, Thrawn, whatever this town is called, the city's called?
A rote is where you are right now.
Yeah, we would not be using it, certainly not in the castle. We would not be using it anywhere near a populated area. And that is simply non-negotiable. We have been through what this thing does. We know what it attracts. It would be a mistake of the highest order to think that we can demonstrate it in front of a king for their information or whatever. So that is what I'm going to say right away. So, and Hilar, I don't know if we had actually told you that last time, but I'm telling you now, it has other effects on its environment that are extremely dangerous. So, that is my reaction. I am inclined not to use it until it becomes necessary. And there is a time in the future where it may become necessary, because a beacon of that magnitude may bring the creature that we eventually will have to fight to us. And if we can bring it to us in a location of our choosing, where we have the advantage, we'll be more assured of victory against them.
And he nods and he says, all very reasonable as I might have expected. And he says, but Rowan, what about you? Obviously, Illyrian's thinking as I would imagine that he would about the common good and about safety in that context. My impression has been that you're not exactly safety-driven at all times. And I wondered if you had thoughts about the use of this thing. Also, before you answer that, I should say that the Oracle of War has been brought to Rote under, like, I don't know how to describe heavy guard times 50, like
I mean,
like
besides us being there too.
in
course,
addition,
yeah.
plus battle wizards. Like, I mean, like like there was. In fact, if anything, you might have felt a little bit troubled that it was like it felt like they were moving. I don't know, like multiple sacred personnel from one place to another with like a flotilla. Like it was a lot, is what I'm saying. So it is here under heavy guard. And in sort of direct surveillance also by all of you, insofar as like it's basically in a room off of this same common area. And the like some of the advisors to the king were not wild about that idea, and they basically got overridden, as you understand it, by the king, who more or less said, I want the King's Citadel to decide how this thing needs to be protected. And so they were like, okay, yes, sir. So he asked you that question, Rowan, about like, what do you think about this?
All right. Here's what I think. You are halfway right when you say that I'm not safety oriented. I'm somewhat volatile. I like thinking on my feet. One of the things that I'm not is unnecessarily reckless.
Hilarious head just kind of swivels over to him for a second and just looks at him for a long moment and then turns back to Hilar.
I turn to Hilarion and grin and say, by which I mean there are certain risks that I am willing to perfectly foresee for myself once I know that everything is in place specifically for me to get exactly the end that I want, no matter what I've temporarily lost. I try as often as possible not to go out of my way to lose more than I'm willing to lose. I try to go out of my way to make sure that I'm not doing that to innocent people as well. When there could be someone I could get all of those stuff from in the interim. It is well and good for us to process what we can do with the Oracle for the purposes of defeating the Lord of Blades and all of the other myriad enemies that we've apparently made in the last few months. But you're asking us to possibly field test a very loud gun full of ghosts in a room full of people who will definitely die if it goes off. And you already know what I'd do sight unseen if you had asked me this question the very first time I met the Oracle among you all.
And he sort of nods and he says, that is reasonable as well. I suppose I'm asking all of you because before you meet the king, I would like to know what it is that we're all thinking about, how you're planning to say to him whatever it is you're going to say. I know that the king is going to be investing you in something very significant, and it's something which is going to require the highest level of sensitivity. That's one reason why your knowledge of the Oracle of War is going to be critically important. There's been a lot of movement over the last few months. Military movement, intelligence movement. The Dark Lanterns, I understand, have gone through their own sort of reorganization, probably having something to do with that little spy ring situation you broke up some time ago. And put it all together, and given the circumstances, the volatile political situation, it means that the king himself has probably got quite a bit to think about on his plate. You, the five of you, have become probably the group that he trusts the most. And you are going to be his most central advisors.
4. I'm just along for the ride.
And
5.
He shakes his head and he says, it's definitely 5. You should know, Rowan, that there were a few who raised an eyebrow when they heard that another person had been added to the King's Citadel without going through the usual processes. But I explained to them that this was a sort of field promotion. It is one that you have repeatedly proven you deserved, as I have made clear. And, in case it wasn't clear to anybody else, he nods slowly, it was also clear to the king. You are definitely a member of this citadel as much as the rest of you. He sort of lowers his head and he says, I guess you could think of this a little bit as the calm before the storm, but it feels like all you've been through is storm. I wish there was a way that I could have slowed it down, or at least given you more opportunities to process everything, to build. But it's not the way that things work, I'm afraid. Instead, I've had to rely on what I already know all of you are. That's why I'm asking you about this now. And he sort of falls silent and picks up his drink, and as he drinks, you hear a little twitter of a bird overhead, and you see several of the nearly translucent purple and pink glowing birds that perpetually fly overhead through this courtyard, sending down a pleasant music. There's a calming effect just by being in this garden. It's probably no accident that a lot of early diplomatic meetings often take place right here, because the expectation has been people are in a calmer mood, they're in a better mood to be diplomatic with each other. And so he looks at the two of you and says, we'll have to take it easy then. What about how the five of you are holding together? It's been a strain, what all of you've gone through. And from what you've described to me about this last one, I never had the opportunity to touch the realm of the dead, or be as close to it as all you were. How do you think you all came through it? He asked that kind of generally to both of you.
Well, it's not something I would recommend to do long term. I think, again, I will not speak for the others. And indeed, if Lar wants to, if he's at all a judge of even myself, because like I just mentioned that, Larian does not show any kind of emotional reaction on his face because it's fixed. There is nothing there, or they don't.
Right.
But at the same time, they're certainly engaged in the conversation, but they're also a little pensive, like something else is on their mind. I'm just going to say that. And it's not immediately obvious, but Halar knows all of us well enough that he could probably spot it. Not that it matters, I'm just saying.
Okay.
And then they say, well, it was an experience. Fortunately, we were able to accomplish what we needed to with the Dream Eater? Which one? I can't remember. It's
Dream
the
Eater.
Eater, thank you. And we're able to accomplish the mission, which is our primary goal. Others of us, but again, I will not speak for them, have, I think, been under more significant strain due to being forced to confront the past. Their past. Or a past they experienced and now is gone.
And he nods and he says, I had suspected as much. Before I asked this of Rowan, you, Alarian, you're still managing then? And his eyes slightly narrow in that sort of slightly discomfiting way Hilar sometimes has, where he's kind of like, you know what I'm asking you, type of thing.
Yeah. He passes insight check. And I regard him for a medium moment and then slowly nod. As you said, the strain on us, the responsibility we all shoulder, is terrific. It would tear apart, it would crush lesser people. All of us, and my eyes flick towards Rowan, I've done an amazing job of bearing up under the strain, knowing what is at stake. Knowing how many people, whether they know it or not, are counting on us to do what needs to be done. But that does not come without cost. And the cost is heavy. But yes, I would say, overall, I am doing as well as can be expected for the circumstances and what we've been through.
So he sort of slowly nods, and then he turns to you, Rowan, and he says, "You've You're the newest member of the group, but you've been with them for plenty long enough to be able to know. How do you think everyone's doing? Hanging in there with each other, I mean.
So, while Ilarion was talking, before Ilarion called my name, the very thought of Halar asking that question brought me back to having briefly been dead.
You're not going to do a Spock. I've been dead before.
So, like, there is this brief flashback of Rowan running in this, like, empty whiteness.
Yeah.
But it cuts from the head-on shot of Rowan just running forward, surrounded by nothing, to a side profile of Rowan running during Stonefire. And then Ilarion says my name and I snap back to reality and I'm in the conversation again. And then when Halar asks me this, I go, you are very fortunate to have essentially lucked into one of the most efficient crews that I've ever seen in my entire life that is incapable of being dishonest or unnecessarily violent to other people, which is good. This team is a very efficient machine to the point where there are things that I can trust will always happen. And I think that as a result, we are very good at doing the thing that you want us to do. If you think we're not slowly building rust, which I imagine is the question you're asking, where's the rust growing? Some of us are having harder times than others. Half of this team is gonna need a good long sleep when this is done, but they're very good at doing the thing. I can run on alcohol. Tantan cannot. There will come a point, and we do not have enough time for that point, sadly, where Mia Tantan, Nisiana will definitely need to do anything other than this for the rest of their lives.
And he sort of sighs. Sorry, I'm just responding to something quickly. He sort of sighs and says, "It's my hope that we get to the stage where we can leave all of this behind. Of course, well, most of us didn't sign up with the expectation or the guarantee it would happen. I don't know what the end of this looks like, to be honest. I guess for me, I've been moving for so long, it sometimes feels strange to have to stop. And there are other considerations. I'd actually like both Ilarion and Rowan to make an insight check here, please.
Woohoo! My new insight rating, thanks to the proficiency bonus.
Big numbers.
17.
That's decent for me, so
Okay.
I'm completing too much.
17.
I don't want it to do a thing, but I'm just going to make a straight insight. 18.
18. When he says the thing about, that there are other considerations, you sort of, you're all obviously quite familiar with both of you are quite familiar with Halar. And you notice what may seem like his face slightly, he looks down a bit. And you can see his expression tighten a bit. It almost might look like a wince of pain, but it's definitely not physical pain. Like, it's more a memory or a sense of something that it sort of has this echo, I guess, Ilarion, for you of this price to be paid type of thing. And Rowan, for you, there is this sense of wistfulness, maybe longing, right? This sense of like, wouldn't it be nice to be, in a just resting, just hanging out, the way that you've described. And he says, and then he lifts his head again, and that expression is gone, and he says, but in the meantime, I was always trained to focus on the present. Tomorrow you're going to be meeting with the king. He's going to have a lot, I imagine, to say. Again, I don't know exactly what it is, but whatever it is, it's something diplomatic, I suspect, and it's something which, as per usual, only you all can do. But I hope, at least in the week or so that you've had a chance to get some kind of rest, that you've been able to think through, sort of ground yourself for what happens next. This is quite probably going to be the last bit of luxury that any of us are going to experience for a while.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Always.
In the interest of knowing what cards are on the table, I'm sure you've played a card game once or twice in your time.
On occasion.
In a trick-taking game like Bridge or All Fours, there is obviously that point where it's good strategy to call the trump suit early just to see what's in your opponent's hands. Maybe they have an ace or a king that you'd like to get out of the way very quickly before it becomes troublesome for the rest of your game. There may come a point in this big struggle of ours where you will see us, the King's Citadel, have to ask and answer the question, what card are we willing to play knowing that we're going to lose it so we can maintain the upper hand for the rest of this hand? What's that for you? Is it rote? Is it all of Brilliant? How much of this are you willing to have to spend if it meant at the end of the hand we never have to worry about this again?
And Hilar sighs, takes a deep breath, and lets it out. And he stands up. And he walks over to the exit out of the common area. And then he stops. And he says over his shoulder, I don't blame you for not knowing this, Rowan. But I kind of wish that we had. The card that I don't want to lose is the King's Citadel. And he leaves.
He likes us. He really likes us.
That's my line.
See.
Now, you might have learned would never say that. I'm saying that as a player, not.
I'm going to cut to the other three in a minute, but before I do that, Alarian and Rowan, do you have anything else you want to say to each other in the room on your own? You don't have to. You could just be like,
no, I'm thinking
look at each other dramatically.
Actually, I do. So I regard Rowan for a moment because that was a very pregnant statement he left on. But I do have something to say to Rowan, and it turned out I fixed him full force with my blue star-eyed stare. Why do you keep referring to yourself as our +1? You have been through so much with us. You have sacrificed. You have bled. You have nearly died more than once. Sometimes not even of your own choosing. And yet you still hold yourself apart. What is up with that?
You have a mission. I have curiosity.
Are
The
you
only
not?
reason I have-
Do you not have the same mission we do? To literally save this realm from an evil that has not been seen since the last war. Is that not your mission too? You can play it off with your cat's paw, your inquisitiveness, you're just going along for the ride, but I've seen enough of you around to know it goes a lot deeper than that. And it look, if you want to hold that as the surface, fine. You can play that off with Halar, you can even play that off with other members of our group, but I need to know, in the words of your profession when the chips are down, you will always be there for us. Because if you can't answer that with the answer that I need to hear, then we may have a problem.
Here is what I think is the truth, because I will admit that I've been lying about this for so long I may have actually forgotten.
All right. Illyrian, of course, just stares at you, Blake, steadily.
You all are undeniably the most honest people I've ever met in my life. That's not saying a lot in my line of work. Kind of made the bottom of the barrel. People lie to their own grandmothers about the color of the sky. But I do mean it when I say I've met the most gullible, easily tricked person on Earth. And you all are more earnest than them, with the unique exception that doesn't mean that you put up with nonsense, but it does put you in the unique position of sometimes being in the room with people who obviously have arrowheads pointed at you, waiting to steal the precious box full of genies, and then waiting to talk to them for another half an hour in the hopes that we can actually talk them down from the ledge. And you've noticed that that's never happened yet? The reason why I've been so hesitant to put myself among you is because I am not that honest person. I am, very honestly, sometimes I feel like your chaperone, which is saying a lot considering how fragile I am in comparison. Because there are times when you are walking into the lions, then I am not sure you are looking lions in the eye. Despite the fact that you can kill the lions very easily. As previously mentioned, you are carrying on your person one of the two most deadliest objects in the universe. And several factions, even people who were previously your allies, are willing to destroy their kin in order to claim it from you. In order to fire it once and watch oblivion take place. And for a while, I supposed that my job was to make sure that at least the person who doesn't pull the trigger is you all, or that you're not in the room when somebody else does. Because at this point, it is inevitable that the either Oracle is a source of conflict that even we can no longer rein in. But you are correct in acknowledging that I do have very strong investment in you all.
As
I've
we
bet
do in,
every
as
chip
we
on
do
this.
in you.
Not
No.
sure how good a bet that is, but
I mean, so far it's paid off. To continue the metaphor, now in your line of work, of course, to push that. If you call it luck, I don't think you're here because of luck. I cannot necessarily ascribe it to fate either, but let's face it, if you didn't wish to be here, of course, if you held yourself apart, you could just as easily leave, and yet you persist. So somewhere inside you, beneath the devil-may-care gambler exterior, this is obviously touching on you more than maybe you care to admit, which, again, is fine. You can hide that under whatever veneer you wish. But our trust in you has never been misplaced since you first joined us, which is good. I wish to ensure that it is not misplaced going forward. I believe it will not be. I believe we can trust you to see this out to the end, because the end is coming. And it will be more terrible than any of us can ever imagine. I expect if you've come this far to poke your curiosity, you're going to want to see how it turns out. And then what, if anything, you can do to influence that. So, as long as you're with us, not against us, or even neutral, that is all I care about. I feel you are with us. But I also feel you have not made it in your own mind that you are truly with us.
I'm with you more than any other team that I've been on. If that is the answer that you're hoping for, I don't think that it is. I will say this.
That is cold comfort at best. Given the nature of the realm you have moved in before you came to us.
I will say these two things, and I'm sure they're colder comfort still. But really, this is all that stands. So one, you can't grift a universe that no longer exists. I kind of need salvation to remain the pile of dirt that it is. And the second, and then I grab Illyrian's forearm.
Okay. They let you. It's not, they don't tense or do anything. It's like, okay. And yes, it's as solid and stiff as you expect it to be. Mm-hmm.
Like very firm handshake quality.
Mm-hmm.
The code is what it is. You don't con honest people. You all say that until the final bet, we're making sure that this god-forsaken continent continues to exist. I agree with you that the Lord of Blades is as rotten as it seems. I've seen the quality of the enemies that you've already made, and it, in my line of work, is a testament to your own code of law that you make the quality of enemies that you do. And I would like to get to the point where we no longer see young people tear themselves apart in the middle of the street because we have a wooden box in our possession. And I don't trust anybody else to do that than you four. So I'm asking you all temporarily to trust when I tell you that you are in a room full of people who are going to kill you for the wooden box and that we should no longer be in this room.
So when you took Illyrian's forearm, I didn't grip yours yet until you finished.
And this is metal arm, by the way, so I can't even really.
No, but you will notice when it does. But after you finish saying that, that's when I take. So it's doing like the forearm clasp kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing I have never ever. How do I want to say this? The one thing I can always count on is that you will speak your truth. And to be fair, and I know you don't say it that it is an insult to us, that how you describe the rest of the group. They have their deceptions. They have their hidden, whatever you want to call it. All of them do it in some way, shape, or fashion. But overall, we know what our mission is. We know what we've been charged with, and we know how we want to accomplish it. That said, of course, every group needs a Rowan, for lack of a better description. Someone who is more comfortable with the, shall we say, the seamier side of whether it's diplomacy, the streets, or whatever. Someone with and I'm not saying we don't have a clear-eyed, but someone with a more pragmatic view of events that you have brought to this group. And we could not have accomplished what we have done so far without you. I want to be very clear about that. It would have been some things maybe almost impossible, but certainly at the very least much, much more difficult. So I do appreciate that you feel more close to us than any other group you've ever run with. But again, that is not saying a lot, given your profession. But I will accept that. And I trust that that will continue to happen as we move forward.
I look forward to it continuing up until the point when I am no longer of vital need to you because we don't have to think about this job anymore. Although, if you're ever in the business of bodyguarding, or maybe what some of my colleagues would typically call physical retrieval, I can think of several crews that could definitely do with someone of your type. But we can have that conversation after you save the world. In the interim, I should remind you that, of course, you know what this means about the interaction we're about to have with the king, right?
What?
That my job is to not trust him either. And I make my way out of the room.
Well, so you try to pull away, but I actually hold you there for a moment as you try to disengage the handshake, because I haven't let you go yet. And I say, when we save the realm, the world, and then I let you go. And as you're walking out, I'm like, someone has to, but I have my doubts about the king's desires as well.
Then let's make sure that the king doesn't shoot the box either.
Exactly.
Oh,
I guess this means that we both head out.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Quick, someone BGM while Greg is interrogating whether a wraith is outside.
All right, everybody roll for initiative.
All right, we're going to come back, and the Lord of Blaze lies vanquished at our feet. All is good.
In
Yes.
the past week, at least once, Mary May and Nisiana have gone shopping.
Yes.
We have gone shopping. We have bought a prodigious amount of ribbons.
So much.
And by the
As an
time...
aside,
Hmm?
just to qualify that, has anyone else noticed how often we have gotten paid and never spent any of our gold?
I
I
was
think Luciana and Mary are the only
commenting
people who are actually buying things.
on the money that I'm holding, which is a nuts amount, especially for Greg's campaigns, for Arv's campaigns. I have so much money, and I've given almost half every time to the church.
Yeah.
I should have even more.
I can buy so much ribbon
Rowan
with that
has
money, though.
fists full of gold and is apparently more sober than I imagined when I made him. It's hasn't stopped to buy alcohol once.
Well, he'll just start
Maybe
his own.
that's what I do. After this conversation, I go to the nearest tavern and I black out for 4 hours.
Except they have room service. You can do it for free. So there you go.
That's
Right,
true.
I can.
Yep.
Oh my god, I'm just never gonna spend this gold. Am I gonna turn this gold into bullets?
Arv, everything okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. I don't. Yeah, apologies,
Did you
chat.
defeat the wraith?
There's some weird. I can't tell if it's construction, but there's beyond, not maybe a block or two away. There's sort of fairly good sized. It's much brighter than it ought to be, and it looks to me sort of like what you do when you're doing construction late at night on a road or something like that, like on a highway. My guess is that that's what it is, but it's a continual sound and it's pretty loud. It's not like planes circling overhead or anything like that. So my daughter was a little weirded out by it for understandable reasons, and I could hear it even through my headphones, and so I was like, I don't know what that all is, but I better go find out. So anyway, I have at least ascertained the fact that I was doing that, and then a few people drove by on a golf cart singing drunkenly like a normal Saturday night. I was like, all right, so I guess I guess
Happy
it's
no
not.
Mostly normal.
Yeah, exactly. I should have been like, hey, if you all could tell me, and they're like, roll out the barrel. I was like, okay. So anyway, my apologies for being away from that. I don't like doing that. Sorry.
So
have-
the Lord of Blades lies dead at our feet.
Yeah, sure.
The
Right.
realm is saved. We
Fair.
are heroes. It's all
Yeah,
good. So while you were gone, we just kind of wrap things up.
Turns out one of the cushions was Lord of Blades, and just like,
No. He fell through the skylight. The birds
Yes.
flew out.
yeah,
Yes,
sure,
exactly.
Very
exactly.
casual, and then we just-
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
very impressive. It was not Rowan in the golf cart. No, I don't think so. Okay, so assuming
I was gonna ask, is that golf cart even road legal?
If you're in Florida, yes.
arguably not in my neck of the woods. Sometimes I guess.
Yeah, we have wrapped up our.
Okay.
Rowan and I. We did have a little bit of a last bit of a conversation while you were away, but it's all good.
Okay, good. I apologize again for that. All right. Well, so I want to shift the scene then to I would say maybe an hour or two later. And Hilar is now sitting in the same common area that we've mentioned, but now we see Merime and Nisiana and Tanton are there. And Tanton, I want to say that assuming that you want to do this, you don't have to, but assuming you want to do this, you would have had the time, aided even by the king's own artificers, perhaps several of them, he has his own on staff, which although they are part of the House Kenneth, are technically like, the royal artificers that answer to him. Like they're in the house, the House Kenneth, but they are his specific ones. They'd be able to aid you in this if needed in constructing a new version of Spanner. So you could be putting the final touches if you wanted. Again, you don't have to, but if you wanted to have Spanner restored in the new and improved Spanner form, you could be finishing the finishing touches on that. Up to you if you want him like here as a part of this or not, like in this thing. So you tell me whether you want him a part of this group. Yeah, the Mithril edition, exactly.
If only.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. Is he back in your room theoretically?
No.
Or like, okay. Where
He has not been remade.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. That's all I wanted to ask.
But what Tanton is doing is he is sitting with a very large crystal shard across his lap, and he has got all of his jewel crafter tools, and there is just this horrid screeching grinding of him carving into this crystal, and about every minute the crystal shrinks back down to its normal size, which Merime would recognize. This is one of the shards of the dragon shard crystal that all of the air elementals were contained in, that we released in the big cubicle thing with the electro whatever that thing was called, Citadel, I think.
Yes, which had been modified,
Yeah.
and all that. Yeah.
So he keeps casting enlarge reduce on it and enlarging it to a gigantic thing and working on it until it shrinks back down, and then he enlarges it again and keeps doing this so that he's reshaping it into something else.
Fair enough. Can I make a request that the sound not be too loud that we can't have the conversation?
No, I mean, you can make the request, but no, it's just
It's just impossible, and there's no way to have a. Well, presumably in between, I'm going to assume, because otherwise it'd be sort of like he'd be like, so what I was thinking,
right,
type of thing. So I'm going to you'll just have to assume that, chat. I would say though, and I'm slightly cheating, but not too much. The magical effects upon this area mean that loud sounds tend to be dampened. So if anything, it probably would be it's noticeable but not overwhelming because of what's there. You know what I mean?
You're a few aisles away from somebody at Home Depot who's cutting keys all day.
Exactly. That's there you go. Exactly. Or alternatively, several blocks away from whatever the hell I just came up from that I was just
That's
listening.
what that is.
That's exactly what that was you all along. If I knew,
Yes.
Anyway,
Mhm.
okay. So you were sitting, the three of you, there, again in this luxury and finery and all that sort of thing. And Hilar is leaning back again in the same uncomfortable way that I previously described, but still doing it. And there are drinks in front of all of you if you wish them to be. So you all tell me if you'd like a drink of some kind in front of you or not. Would either any of the three of you want that or no?
The question is, can Merime and I have gone ribbon shopping in the last
Oh,
week?
I was going to say absolutely. Like, in fact, if anything, Rote is the selection is not as broad, but the quality level is just,
So I don't have
these
a
are
drink,
ribbons,
I have,
royal ribbons, okay?
Ooh.
I have ribbons, so I am plaiting them and weaving them and just doing stuff with the ribbons.
Okay. Marame,
I am
what about you?
I am sitting back and I've got like new ribbons as well, and I'm very pleased. And I'm looking from what Nisiana is doing with the ribbons to what Tantan is doing with the crystal, and I'm leaning back and I have a drink. I'm just relaxing. I am very much enjoying the company and the creation occurring around me.
And occasionally I grab Marime's hand and put a ribbon in it and use it as a brace.
I just hold. I'm like a perfect little
Mhm.
tool here. I'll
Mhm.
just hold and
I just had
help.
this image too of like the old kids thing of doing stuff with strings, where you put like
Yes.
the fingers you
Cat's
you
cradle.
hold a cat's cradle. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to get a book from the library way back when I was a kid that had like all of these different cat's cradle things that you could do, and like, oh man. Anyway,
Yeah.
so Hilar sort of observes you all doing this for a little bit, and then he says, holding his drink, to look at you, no one would obviously recognize what it is you've all been through. I didn't realize that the end goal of all this was going to be these ribbons.
There is.
Nisiana just kind of glances at him, smiles, and continues plaiting and weaving something. I don't know. We're going to be a 9-braid circle thing. For those of you in the know, which would be Marime, it's going to be basically a ribbon collar for the next spanner, assuming there is a next spanner. But she's assuming there's going to be another spanner.
As I'm still looking at Tantan, I just shoot Halar a little grin and shrug my shoulders and never underestimate the healing power of just doing things that feel normal.
He nods and he says, normal sounds about right. I wanted to ask you actually about that. Well, about how we're going to try to keep things normal as we can. I talked to Rowan and Larian a little bit about this a couple hours ago. You're going to be seeing the king tomorrow morning, as you know, and I don't know exactly what he's going to be asking you, but I know that it's got something to do with some big diplomatic thing. I haven't been able to figure out exactly what's at the root of it, except it's a big deal, and you all are the ones that he trusts the most. And at some level, it's going to involve the Oracle of War. I wanted to ask you about it. The Oracle is... Even now, none of us really understand the full details of what it is or how it does what it does. But I know that for you, and even a little bit for me, it's been as much of a nightmare as a dream scenario. The question is, it seems likely that at some point we're going to need to use it. It'll be the only way to get an understanding of what the Lord of Blades is planning to do. If that happens, my question is, how do you all feel about it? You all know how dangerous it is, but it may be that we need to skirt the line of danger if we're going to save Brayland and the rest of Corvair. So I wanted to ask the three of you what you thought.
She stops plaiting. She pulls out something and clips it to keep the plait. And then she turns and she looks at it. She's like, is the king going to ask us to use it?
I don't know that the king would insist upon it, no. But I think the king may give you the authority to use it. That is to say, the king may give you the go-ahead, and there may come a time where you will have no alternative but to use it. I'm wondering how you feel about that when it happens.
And not an order.
He shrugs. He says, well, sometimes I suppose there's not much of a difference between the king's suggestion and an order, but from everything that I know of him, he's done everything that he can to try to, well, smooth things out for all of you. That is to say, he trusts you probably more than anyone else. The Dark Lanterns have been kind of a mess ever since that situation on the boat with the Thranish spy from a while ago. And as for the regular military, it's got its own problems after losing a good 40% of it or whatever it was at Razor Crag. So, you are the one group that the king has known he can rely on. And he has made it clear that he's going to go with what you think is best. But is he going to want you to help do what needs to be done? And will that possibly mean using the Oracle? He shrugs. It could be.
Our job is to protect Braylon, and I believe that when the king brought all of us on board, I believe that he understood just by who he brought here to be the King's Citadel, that if necessary, we will protect Braylon even from the king.
And he sort of nods slowly, and he gets that sort of very thoughtful look that he often does around all of you, but you've seen it, of course, even before that, Merime, when you've made a point, and he says, I suppose, the way it works in Braylon is that the king always himself swears an oath to protect the people, and it is written in the king's oath that if he violates it, the people have the right, in fact, the responsibility to remove him. So, if he's going along with the oaths that he swore, then yes, you would expect that you'd want to protect Braylon against him if it ever came to that. But I think the bigger question is, given how we know what the Oracle can do, and not all of what it can do, is this something you're willing to take the risk if you feel it necessary to activate it again down the line?
At this point, I'm watching Mia Tanton very specifically. And he just nods.
No, I'm nodding to you. Yes, I reckon. Yeah,
that's not what I'm expecting.
You're like,
he's got his goggles down because they're chips of crystal flying off this thing. So he's still working on it.
I'll ping Mia Tanton telepathically.
Like
Did you want to speak up, Tanton, from your point of view? Do you have any idea what was just said?
Yes, I'm listening.
Your voice would be quite well heard here, should you wish to share.
And the grinding stops, and he picks up the crystal and kind of turns it back and forth and twists one of the lenses on the thing to kind of magnify the thing. He's like, and as he's setting it down, it shrinks. He pushes his goggles back up and looks at Pilar and is like, you were in Salvation when the hunters came looking for it. You know exactly what happens if we use it. The only way that I would ever even consider the possibility of considering the possibility of using it is if there was beyond no other option. And I don't mean about Braylon. I mean the entire world, because these people are not going to stop with the borders of this nation. They are going to come, maybe for Braylon first or last, but they're going to keep going until such time as either the Lord of Blades has turned everyone into something like him and killed everyone else, or the Emerald Claw has killed everyone else and made them into something that they want them to be. You know what the Oracle will do if we use it. You've seen it. Only now more people know about it. Stronger people know about it. What happened in Salvation will be as nothing compared to the wave that will come at us if we use it again.
he nods and he says, that's all true. And that's the question I was going to ask you, Tanton. Now that you've been around it and you've seen the people's reactions to it, you are by far the greatest artificer that I know, and you've probably outstripped even the head of House Cannith at this point. What exactly do you think this thing is? All of it put together. Is it a cursed artifact? Is it a tool that's been corrupted? What do you think is going on in its guts? Since we can't get to it yet, we have to take educated guesses. You have the best education that I can imagine to make the guess.
Given everything we've learned about it thus far, this thing is a war crime engine. And whoever is controlling it, it doesn't matter whether their intentions are good or not, it will eventually corrupt the best of intentions to its own designs. It is, by its very name, the Oracle of War. It was not designed to create peace. Every time you use it, you will make it worse. If you want peace, we figure out how to destroy this thing permanently.
There's also the fact that it's connected to somehow to this Oracle of Bones that the King of Blades is looking for. You activate one, you may set off the other and give its location away. So it may give Lord of Blades exactly what he needs.
And you can see sort of Hilar kind of, again nods, and you can see from a rather sour expression on his face that it's the classic, do I want to suck on a lemon or smell rotting pasta? Like, it's this like, here's two terrible choices. And and he says, I agree. But I'm wondering what would happen if there was a choice between having to use it and all that it means when it's used, and the Lord of Blades, say he uses the Oracle of Bones, say he finds this forge, say he creates these Warforged troops, and there's no other way to stop him. What then do you do?
Well, posited like that, you're asking a question to make us answer the way you want us to answer it.
Not necessarily, I'm not.
Because if the Lord of Blades gets his way, we no longer exist, and neither do any of these other countries. So then it becomes a question of, do we want the Lord of Blades to win, or do we use a war crime to try and keep him from winning and possibly, damaging the world in another way? Yeah, you've trusted us this far. We cannot answer your question until we're into that situation. We have all considered it. We all think it's a bad idea. If we could shoot the thing into the sun, we would. But we can't. So, if you're going to trust us, then trust us. We will make the decision when we have to. Right now, we're dogs chasing our tails, just trying to answer your question.
Hilar.
He looks at you.
Two things. First, do you think I can get access to Flamewind's research so that I could see if there's anything else on the Draconic Prophecy, eliminating perhaps some need for the Oracle of War? And second, what would you do? You've asked us what we'd do. I think it's important that we know where you stand, too.
On the first question, I will see what can be done. When Flamewind was murdered and replaced by the Rakshasa, A lot of Flamewind's research disappeared at the same time. I assume they were connected. Morgrave has spent much of its last several months spending a considerable amount of money into upgrading security, but the truth is, no security would have stopped it from having one of its own professors replaced, especially someone like Flamewind. And he sort of smiles and he says, I had someone tell me it was a problem with these tenured professors, but I laughed them off. And then he sort of stops and he says, as for your second question, what would I do? I took an oath a long time ago that I would protect Brayland with everything I could, that I would do what I can to fulfill oaths and serve what I must. I've often thought about what would happen if I were in a room, just me and the Lord of Blades and the Oracle. What would happen if I could, well, create a explosion, pull down 1,000 tons of rubble and steel and rock on my head? If I could destroy the Lord of Blades and me, or destroy the Lord of Blades and the Oracle of War and me, I would do it. If it's a choice between the two of them, I'm not sure what I would do either. The one thing I am sure of is I would sacrifice myself if I had to.
Dying is easy, living is not.
He nods. He says, it's true. But this isn't a matter of committing suicide, Nisiana. It's a matter of deciding in what way sacrifice actually helps someone else. I know what I would do in that situation is I would sacrifice if I had to. What I don't know is how I could ask any of you to do the same. Sacrificing the Oracle of War or sacrificing the Lord of Blades, he shrugs. Sacrificing any or all of you to do both? And he just sort of trails off.
I mean, we've already crossed some spaces we never thought we would, but we'll worry about that when we get there.
If it's a bridge we have to cross and not cross back. I mean, we've all died in the service of this already, more than once for some of us. If it's a final death that's necessary, I think most or all of us would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like insight checks from the three of you, please. Tantan, I think because you still are, I'd say your focus is there after what you said, so I think you're probably still observing him pretty closely, so.
I get advantage on insight, just to remind you.
Okay. 27. You realize he really does want pizza. No, I think with those, yeah, exactly. I think that's actually really interesting narratively, because I think that Tantan, you can tell that Hilar is definitely troubled more than he might normally be. He's always very even keel, you know, and he's more troubled than you are familiar with him being in the past. Nisiana, you get the impression, you also sense that, but you also probably get the impression that his sense of trouble is maybe relating to recent conversations, you know, maybe with you, maybe with Rowan and Ilarion before you, but that this seems like he's always got this burden, but this seems to have increased maybe. And Marame, I think that your insight roll not only indicates that, but also maybe because of your extensive like time that you've spent, you know, with Hilar in the past, that there is this element of, the way I described it previously with Rowan and Ilarion was a little bit of pain. And I think that might be the way to describe it too. There is a kind of, his brow is a little bit furrowed, and there's almost this sense of as if someone was staring into a fire and knew at some point they were going to have to put their hand in to grab something out of it. It's an anticipatory moment, perhaps. And I don't mean that in a creepy way, like he's ready to betray you. It doesn't read like that at all. It reads like he himself, when he's talking about the sacrifice and everything, is staring into this fire.
I'm going to gently ping him telepathically, which he's had me do before.
Mhm.
We've known each other a while. And
This is just him and you then, not with the others
yeah,
involved?
I'm just gonna, but I'm gonna like indicate to my sister that I'm doing this, so she's aware I'm doing this. Tantan, I assume, is focused on this crystal a bit more, maybe.
So you're like AFK to everyone? I'll just give you a second. I'll be right back.
Away from keyboard, yeah.
AFT, away from telepathy.
Yeah, and I'll just be like, Halar, we're all in this with you. And you're not asking us to do anything. We're all doing no less than you would do, regardless of what anybody else asks.
And he, you know, obviously is looking down, but, you know, in the response comes, I know that. But you all signed up to be part of the Citadel, help each other, protect Rayland. This other stuff that we're talking about, these dealing with the realm of the gods, touching the world of the dead, interacting with sages of evil, and these are things that were beyond what soldiers had been set up to do, or even elite operatives. And he's still looking down, and then you get that moment where he just looks up at you intensely, but of course his mouth is not moving as he says, this pressure was never supposed to be put on all of you. Not this much.
On any of us. And to live in easier times will be better. But one thing that we're united in right now is that we don't want to face war again. And if we can stop it from happening, from taking Braylon again, then we will do what needs to be done. And then hopefully afterwards we'll all sit by a nice warming fire and we'll laugh about the stories and tell them into the night. Not in whispers, but maybe even in song. We'll find our spirit again, Halar. Don't give up on us yet. We've made it this far. We have further to go yet.
And he kind of semi-smiles and nods, and he says, well, this he says out loud. Here I am, Bruden, and what I should be doing is finishing up our conversation. You're going to need your rest for tomorrow. I want to thank you for the work that you've all done. And I will continue to do what I can to make sure that all the decisions that get made are ones that you have full control over. I guess there was a time, you know, when I wasn't involved with the Citadel. There was a time when I thought I might want to do things other than the responsibilities that have been placed upon me. But, well, he kind of pauses. I suppose we don't have control over what times we have put in front of us. I just, I wish that we could all be just sitting here and talking in song, rather than dealing with shadows.
Hey, we've got our own shadow. It'll be okay.
He nods. That was the last question I was going to ask all three of you.
What?
How do you feel all of you are doing and working together? The three of you, Rowan, Alarian. How are you
Eberron
feeling together?
sent me to them directly. I have talked to my God. I have no doubt about anybody in this group. Even Rowan, who thinks he's too much of a bad boy to be with us.
Too cool for the Citadel.
Suddenly a spotlight shoots on the shadow where Rowan has been standing. I'm just kidding.
Wearing a silver like.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be okay. One way or another.
I think we're only growing stronger. Oops, sorry,
Because
Luciana.
it doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
He looks at you, Tanton. What do you think, Tanton? A chance to work in peace, not be on the run, not have the weight of the world on one's shoulders.
Initially, my choices were this or prison, so
I'm surprised you
sorry
wouldn't.
you didn't take prison.
Pilar's sort of like, you know.
3 hots in a cot looking pretty good right now.
if I could go back and change anything, would I go back and not take over or pretend to be the master of the shop while Koth was away? Probably. But manipulation of time is not something I can do. So what do I think? I think that if we have the opportunity, we should absolutely feed the Oracle to Eberron.
I'm not sure he wants that kind of a stomach ache.
Well, if anyone could destroy it, aside from what Soul Ring told us was the method by which it could be destroyed, the only other thing I could think of would be to have a god eat it.
I'll ask.
Never know till you try, exactly.
Complete straight face. Okay, I will ask.
An orb of destruction, but who knows what would happen there. Part of me fears what happens if we ever do manage to get it open and release those genies. While they don't deserve that, I suspect that they've been in there for so long, doing what they've done and in and out of the gray, some of which those trips were our fault. Well, our doing. I don't know how they will respond.
Well, I can banish them back to their plane. Probably. Maybe.
All 3 of them?
Yeah. Uh-huh. At the same time. Maybe. I hope. We'll see. I haven't used it because it's a really, really scary word.
I can easily see a situation where not all of us come through this. And even if we do, even if I do, I don't know if I could ever go back to what I wanted. There are things which sour the soul in such a way that the simple pleasures of making wonderful things to make people happy, you just can't do it anymore. There's too much and he picks up the crystal and starts carving away on it. And when a piece chips off, it hits him in the eye and he has to stop. He pulls his goggles back down and goes back to working.
I will give the 3 of you an opportunity to, if you have anything else you want to say to each other, you can before we talk about this meeting with the king.
The last thing I do is I pull out of my pocket just a simple ribbon bracelet, and I give it to Hilar. It's red and white and blue, a very pale blue. Like, here.
I just smile at what she just did. And then nice. And then I just tell Hilar, like, we're hurt, but we're okay also. And we might not make it, but we're fighting the right battle. So we'll make it in a way. It's okay, Hilar. Do what you have to do, and we'll do what we have to do.
Then I wish you a good sleep and a good rest. I am going to be, at least initially, not in the conversation with you and the king. I've got some things that I have to attend to here in Rote, and to sort of set things up for whatever it is the king wants you to do next. But after you get done with the meeting with him, well, I would definitely like to hear some of the details. And then we're going to see what happens. At least we've had a little bit of a chance for a bit of a rest. We probably won't get more of one.
And thus people are festooned with ribbons.
I find it weird that he's not going to be in the meeting with us, because he's usually been our main attaché to the king.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that something that's happened before, or just like...
You haven't, I mean, you had...
Before I get super suspicious?
Well, I mean, you've had... The only time that you would have had it is when you received your commissions, that I would have mentioned before. He was not at that, but that's... Usually, the idea is, although Hilar is your sort of direct contact superior, you are really called the King's Citadel, and so there is this sense in which... technically the person you're directly responding to is the king.
Right.
And having Hilar there sort of adds a layer of confusion to it. At least that's, or complexity that would not be appreciated by the royal presence, I guess.
So I'm not thinking, I'm not going to grow immediately suspicious that something is happening with Hilar and he's being like, I don't know, restaffed or something.
He's being, yeah, exactly. He's being
shuffle,
reassigned.
Yeah, organizational shuffle happening.
Yeah. He's now working with the Third Count Citadel. It's a very fine job. They do the cleaning jobs no one else wants to do. No. No, I mean, you could obviously ask the king when you get there. You don't get that impression. I mean,
okay.
Listen, if it's true that the king is as high on the Citadel as has happened, and there's a reason that video is so long and there's so much description of all the great things, you all done a lot, right? So to that extent, one thing that we haven't talked about is Hilar did largely assemble this group. So, you know, he kind of knew what he was doing when he put the, 4 and then eventually the 5 of you together. And you've always gotten the impression, probably Merime most of all, have gotten the impression that this was a kind of considerable gamble, right? To have these people that, because on the face of it, you'd be like, this group seems rather disparate in nature and all that, but, he assembled a force that is the greatest force that Brayland has ever seen. And so he probably has some cred, you think.
Okay, cool.
Would be your guess. We then jump forward to the next morning. Crossing over to the island, you are escorted through the keep to the Great Hall, which is a vast chamber of log-framed walls and ceilings and open hearths. And sitting on a massive throne of stone and wood is King Borinel, the ruler of Brayland for nearly 4 decades. He is bearded and has shoulder-length gray hair. He has ruled Brayland with strength and wit, for 37 years. And you also know that Borinel in his youth was an adventurer. He is well loved by the Braylish people, but he is now also in his 60s, and although still a robust man, he's had these last few years have aged him considerably, probably for obvious reasons. And although he has a number of children, the scuttlebutt is that none of them have really proven that they're capable of succeeding him in the same way that you might expect, or the same way that you would have hoped, I should say. To the king's left is a man of ample build who is dressed in flowing sky blue silk robes. And at his right hand there is a gleaming warforged in a gold cloak. Stretched out lazily on a rug in front of this roaring fire are two large, muscular tigers with white and black stripes and wicked claws. These have been also King Bordenel's companions since he was younger, and he has raised these tigers. And the king sort of nods as you enter and pay your respects, and he stands and says, "Welcome to Broken Blade Castle. I've heard good things about you from my many eyes and ears across Corvair, but none better than what you have represented. I am grateful that you are here." And he sort of pauses and says, as he sits back down, "I am curious. There's been so much that's happened and gone on. How are the 5 of you faring at this time?" You hear a slight rasp in his voice, but again, it's this strong, he's still a strong, vibrant guy.
I'm kind of in the back of the group since I am the tallest, so I'm just going to let someone else take the... I mean, it's not small talk questions, but unless addressed, I have no intention of really answering yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Or
either
talking.
the bard or the rogue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of these guys is going to say something. Otherwise, Nision is going to be like, "Do you want the psychological breakdown of our damage or what?"
I'm just gonna.
I would like to ask the GM a question.
Sure.
Oh dear.
What check should I make to determine whether the king recognizes me?
Oh, insight.
I have picked his pocket at least once before.
Okay, so insight, yes.
I'm waiting to see if Rowan, just because I'm deathly curious what he would do. But if he doesn't step up, I will step up and answer the question, like within seconds. But
Okay.
in
Nope.
12, you're like,
I am
possibly.
I am definitely going to Tides of Chaos for this, for no
Okay.
other reason than because I just want to see where this goes.
Okay, fair.
I'm going to make another roll.
And then I'll come back to that, mermaid.
16.
So I'm curious, Rowan, what's your greatest fear on whether he does or does not recognize you? Like, are you afraid that he will recognize you or that he won't?
I'm Rowan, for Rowan's sake, is curious one way or the other. I've been thrown out of
Nicer palaces than this.
Yeah. This has happened to me more than once before.
It's just a Tuesday.
But I do not want this to sabotage the rest of the group whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, my goal is being accomplished here, and I would like to help them accomplish the goal. I would neither like to sabotage that goal nor be left out in this meeting.
So the image that's coming to mind is the sequence in the Fellowship of the Ring film where Frodo and the rest of the Fellowship are speaking to Galadriel and Celeborn in Lothlorien. And there's a moment where Galadriel, played by Cate Blanchett, is looking off to the side and is sort of like, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then meanwhile, there's like this telepathic connection with Frodo where she's like, "Welcome, ring bearer, one who has seen the eye." And like the eye, like it zooms in on the eyes. So that's the image I have, Rowan, is that like the king is just like, blah, 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 and looks at you, like it gives you the eye look. So you're like, you don't know if that means that he recognizes you or not. But it does feel like it's a pointed glance. Anyway. But he does not say, "You thief, I will," doesn't do that.
Seize him.
What did they say in those Oblivion games that I've never played? Halt, you have broken the law.
It's like, halt right there, criminal scum. Now here's how this works.
So I take this as a perfectly good cue that I have not at all ruined this. My presence has not at all ruined this meeting for everyone else.
That was years ago. I'm sure he's forgotten all about that.
I don't know about years plural.
Several months.
I step forward and I go, my king, I am sure you're aware that I'm the least experienced of the crew that you have gathered so far. And yet, I'm confident that your many witnesses across the continent have already discerned the good work that they have done that I have also witnessed. We are as confident as we are curious that this meeting's goal is ultimately to determine what our next moves are in order to bring this final confrontation to a close. Suffice it to say that you have also heard of a great deal of carnage that has been wrought by not only our enemies, but by those who disagree with the course of action that we have taken, with the end goal of ensuring that we can see the end of the Lord of Blades tyranny. With that being said, perhaps it is respectful for us to insist we move to Act 3 and determine what actions we can actually take in this moment, rather than be busy with pleasantries.
He so he nods, and you can see the one in the sky blue robes kind of looks over at him and kind of maybe even smiles slightly. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just as you're doing that, I ping Rowan telepathically, just him, and I go, spoken like a true member of the King's Citadel, my friend.
You hear me sigh in my brain very loudly.
I'm trying real hard not to laugh.
And the king says, "You remind us of our position justly. I appreciate that you've done so, Rowan. So we will get to business then. Allow me to introduce Ambassador Pater Il-Gerard," says the king, and he gestures to the man dressed in sky blue, and you'll be happy to know that I happen to have a picture of this person.
Fashionably dressed gentleman.
Fashionably dressed gentleman.
Handsome ambassador.
If I can just have to spell that name a second time. Okay. It's going to be coming up on stream for everybody right now. So, there we go.
Ooh la la.
I'm going to put that there.
I object.
I'm just going to put this right next to Trent's window. I think that should be fine. And,
Wow.
So
you see, look at do you see any blue in these robes? No.
that's the other part, right?
The robes are over that.
Exactly. So he nods, and the blue, incidentally, which is, it's true, it's not evident here, but the blue that you see from his cloak and his cape, he seems to have an element of Brailish blue in multiple portions of his clothing. It's specifically the color of the Brailish blue that you would find in the Brailish flag. And he does this elaborate bow and flourish and nods to you and says, "It is a great honor to be in the presence of the members of the King's Citadel. I look forward to learning much from you." And
Suck up. Oh my God.
and then he steps back, and then Boronel says, "And this is 3, King's Protector and my friend." And 3 nods slightly. I should mention, now you of course have encountered, in addition to the Starforged among your midst, you have encountered a number of Warforged. You've encountered Warforged that have seen better days but are brilliant, like Clock. You have encountered Warforged that are complete badasses, like Lord of Blades. You've had the betraying type of Warforged, like Bara, and all that stuff. And of course, obviously, the Warforged Sheriff that was there to protect Salvation. The interesting thing...
Assassinated.
And was assassinated, right. The interesting thing about 3 is that 3 is this... It's not as big as the Lord of Blades, but is this extremely impressively sturdy sort of figure. A warforge that seems, even by, let's say, Alarian standards, to be impassive. Everything they do, though, seems to have an element of grace about it. There's a kind of fluidity about about Three's movements that you are not used to seeing from a lot of Warforged that you've encountered to this point. And I don't mean to say that Warforged move like robots. I just mean that they're sturdy and they're built a certain way. Or if in someone like Clock's case, let me, that kind of thing. This is a situation where there's almost a rogue-like fluidity to the movements of Three, as Three nods at you silently. And King Bornell says, "The mysteries of the draconic prophecy have confounded us, and my sages see nothing but turmoil in its verses. Yet one thing has been clear from what Hilar and others have told me. Your company is entwined with the fate of our realm, and indeed the fate of all of Eberron. Tell me, what can you tell me of the threat posed to Brayland by the Lord of Blades?" Now, I should mention at this moment that all of you with the Making Trouble Legacy event, which is all of you, do happen to know the details about what you learned basically from, Trezul and all that stuff about what actually the Lord of Blades is trying to do, trying to find this creation forge in the Ruins of Making. You can at this point be at liberty to tell the king that.
Actually,
or
as I said before, but now actually, Larian does feel compelled to speak up.
Okay.
And it says, that is a rather broad question, your liege, or my liege, I guess. Perhaps you should fill us in on what you already know, and we can fill in the gaps that perhaps exist afterward.
And just to be clear, there's just the three of them and the two tigers.
That's right.
I mean, I'm already eyeing those tigers because one of them could be the Rakshasa, damn it.
Exactly. One of them, like,
their paws backwards.
That's right.
their face shimmers for a minute. Just kidding. But yes, just the five of them. Yes, that's right.
Okay. When Ilarion speaks up, because I suddenly feel a bit of a shift, you all hear a little ping softly in your minds telling you that the link has been established should you need it.
Yeah, and I immediately tell everyone, let's find out what they know first before we decide what we're sharing.
And the king nods and he says, "Quite right. I should note that the group of us in this room are the only ones, with the exception of Hilar, who are aware of the extent of the threat. We have learned that the Lord of Blades is on the hunt, that he is seeking something which will allow him to create an army that could very well destroy us. We have learned that the Emerald Claw was helping him in this, although we are not clear whether or not that is a mutual thing or whether each one is trying to do it for their own benefit. But regardless, you have stricken them, from everything we can tell, a deadly blow. Your work below Metrol has meant that the Emerald Claw may have been strongly diminished, although not entirely removed. We do, however, believe that the Lord of Blades is close to finding whatever it is that he seeks. We do not know much about this forge or this thing that would make an army. That is where I was hoping to get information from you. If you know why or how he is intending to do this, or where exactly they should go next, it would be helpful in the mission that I am planning to assign to you."
Good question.
So in the mind link, Ilarion feels it safe to tell them about the Oracle of Bones. How's does Tanton feel about that?
Since they already know enough about it that we can confirm that and thereby kind of help solidify our bona fides with him. Not that he doesn't trust us already, but the fact we can give him that information, I think, helps. But we need to actually answer. We can't just sit there for another minute like, oh, what are they all looking at each other for? That's very odd.
This
All of us
can't
like
be
gesturing to each other
answered.
silently.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of
Twitch,
eyebrows
twitch, twitch.
raising.
I'm sure they don't know Kalishtar are telepathic, right? Like, well hidden secret.
In the mind link, I say, Mia Tanton, how much do you think we should share?
I don't think we should tell them where.
Hmm.
Oh, no. Just that it exists and what it is. And that's it.
Before we tell
Works
you,
for me.
I'd say this a lot. Before we tell you anything, please understand that every single secure conversation we have had in the last 6 months has not been secure. We have been attacked. Leaders have been attacked. Our ships have been blown up. Even one of the floating cities has been blown up. So if we are reticent and somewhat circumspect, Your Majesty, please understand.
He nods, and you can, again, you can see the ambassador next to him, sort of, kind of giving you an appraising look, and then looking over at the king.
Like literally every single secure, and she repeats it. It's not hyperbole. I know I'm the youngest one.
Yeah.
It's not hyperbole.
And the king nods, and he says, "It is true. The reason that you are all standing here is because of everyone within my court, even those that I thought I could trust the most. My circle is now reduced considerably. I cannot be certain as to whom I can trust completely except for the people within this room. The reason that the King's Citadel must be called upon again is because, more than anyone else, even the lanterns, I know that you are ones that can be trusted. You're right. Security, even here, is a problem. That is why I am asking you these questions. I have no wish to send people to whatever end awaits them without knowing what we're facing."
Okay. And then back through the mind link, I'm like, okay, I guess we can talk around things.
Simplest, shortest answer I can give you regarding how much danger the realms are in? Total.
He nods. The leftmost tiger, which was licking its paw, puts its paw down and sort of turns its great head to face you.
Whatever the worst scenario you can think of, it's far worse than that.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord of Blades is seeking something called the Oracle of Bones, which is basically, for all intents and purposes, and my eyes flicked to 3 on this one, a Warforged creator. If he possesses it or locates it, he would be able to create a veritable army of Warforged that would sweep across the entire continent. From everything I've seen of all the various kingdoms and realms here, I do not think there is anything that could possibly stand in that army's way.
The ambassador says, "Then it appears you're suggesting that there is little hope."
Did not say that, nor should you infer it. Obviously, the key is he has not found it yet.
And the king says, "So there is a small window of opportunity, perhaps."
Perhaps.
While this conversation is happening, I would like to very quickly do an insight check.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, "I'm going to attempt to pick his pockets again." And I was like, I don't know.
Oh, God.
2 for 2, baby, 2 for 2.
Where did Rowan go? Oh! All right.
Caged
Yes.
by a tiger.
And
Go
now
ahead
there are
and-
3 tigers on the floor. Like,
Go ahead and make the check. What are you trying to get insight about, by the way, Rowan?
I just want to get a read on the 2 guests of the king, these 2 other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And give me a
and
sense of the read. In other words, anything particular you're trying to determine?
Given the acknowledgement that Nisiana has already made, I want to know if this conversation is also similarly compromised.
Okay.
Right, and I'm going to Tides of Chaos, which means that afterward I owe you a Wild Magic Surge.
Okay.
And I imagine Arcana wouldn't help me answer the question of whether they are human or not, so I'm just going to do the insights.
Okay.
You owe one for the earlier Tides of Chaos as well?
No, it's when he does the second
No,
one.
that
I
was-
believe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right, so that's 19.
Okay. So the two that you would say, the ones that are suspicious are the tigers. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what I was going to say.
I knew it.
Just kidding.
Put fire on your casters.
Damn it. No, I'm just kidding. So 3 is, as is the case with many Warforged, almost completely inscrutable, Rowan. Makes very little reaction. Of course, their expression remains more or less fixed. Although the grace in their movements means that with a 19, which is a pretty good roll, you can definitely see that where Pater Ir Gerard, the ambassador, often is sort of like, has obviously made some kind of like looks at the king. I don't want to make it overboard, like, that kind of thing, but like is, looking over towards the king. 3's movements are subtler, but definitely there have been moments where 3 is almost like when John said earlier that Alarion slightly moved his look towards you, Rowan, and looked back. It was a little bit like that, where 3 almost slightly moved their face a bit. So clearly is taking everything in and is reacting sort of the way that the ambassador is reacting to some of the things that you've said to the king. The ambassador is interesting because the ambassador has sort of said these things and then nodded and made that comment about so you're saying there is no hope. You notice that he has a tendency to kind of play with the rings on his fingers. As you look closer at him, you can see that he is extremely flamboyant. Speaking of ribbons, by the way, Marame Nisiana, oh my God, this dude has some serious like hair tie ribbons that are like, that just legit. I mean, as good as it gets. Early 40s probably. He has light brown skin. He has this wavy dark brown hair and a neat close cropped beard. He looks very much like the sort of elegance of the look.
He's an ambassador of what?
He is the ambassador from Brayland, and you don't know to what yet.
Okay.
He's going to presumably describe that in a minute.
All right.
However, I will say though that I'm trying to think who would know this. I think that probably Marame. I'm trying to think of who would be. Well, no, I don't know actually, because none of you were in the court enough to know this person's reputation. You probably, I think it's possible, Marame, you might have heard this name before, Pater Ir Gerard, but you wouldn't have ever met him because, again, you weren't like, in the court wasn't your thing, and the rest of you, for various reasons, wouldn't have been in this court before. But the reason I bring all this up, Rowan, is that when you sort of are looking at him, you get the impression that he is very much appraising all of you. I don't, however, necessarily mean that as, I wonder what I can do with them, like Emperor Palpatine style. It's more that he is sizing up your abilities, right? It's as if he's looking at a group of people that he has heard of as these now legends, and he's like, I want to see if they're the legends that they have been told to be. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Or are they the legends that have been told to be? That's what you would say. He's kind of sizing up the 5 of you, I think would be the way to describe it.
It's a good thing I'm not there.
Wait,
I would
what?
already be hitting on him. If
I was like, wait. I was like, you are there? I was like,
as soon as you said he's a man of ample build, I'm like, you mean he's fat, or do you mean that he's? I was already working on that, going, what does ample build mean? And then as you continue to explain it, I was like, well, all right, yeah. And then you got to flamboyant. I'm like, no.
All right, fine. Have I mentioned he's a werewolf? No, I'm just kidding. Hello. Just kidding. Also, quick apologies, by the way, because I know a few of you have sent me, like, as Jen pointed out, Zoom has changed its chat. So now it's like this little icon pops up that's like from a private message. So I'm like, oh, and like, so some of you asked questions of me that I wasn't ignoring. I literally didn't see it until I looked over there. So sorry. Again, let's break something that wasn't broken. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, so that's what I would say. He wants to know how much gold he can get for you. I wouldn't, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to avoid that creepiness, but it's definitely this sense of assessment in that look, I would say, Rowan.
Oh, man.
So Bornell says, I think given what you've described, this mission is more important than ever, adventurers. The Lord of Blades presents this grievous threat to the fragile peace we brokered at the end of the last war. And as you've all made clear, he must be dealt with permanently. We need to find this forge in making before our enemy does.
Oh, is this the first time he mentioned the Forge of Making?
Yes, and he goes on.
And that's not what Ilarion said.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's right. So that's right.
Exactly.
So he does apparently have info. And he goes
okay.
on to say, we have had a chance to speak to several houses. And he looks at you, Tanton, and nods, and he says, House Cannith is pleading ignorance, claiming that any record of the forge's construction was lost in the morning. The operation must have been highly classified, and outside House Cannith, only the Siren royalty could have known of its existence. Believe it or not, there is some royalty of Seer which remains. I'm sending the ambassador here to New Seer to meet with Prince Orgev and to obtain the location of the Creation Forge. Now, a couple of notes here. Orgev is the Prince of New Seer. When Seer was destroyed, and all of you would know this, what was left basically went into exile, right? So those who were away or who were not at ground zero when the attack happened or whatever managed to escape and have basically created this government in exile called New Seer. But it is widely understood that New Seer, although I don't think any of you would have been there, Tanton, you could tell me if that's not true, but I doubt that you would have been, but maybe. But in any case, it is kind of a rundown town much more than it is a city. It's a very big come down from what Seer was, let's say, at what Metrol was at its height, right? So, and the prince has been sort of holding together what is left of his nation, but is almost kind of the prince in name only. Maybe that's too strong. There aren't a whole lot of people to rule in Seer. I think that's maybe part of it. So it's like you have the executive council and no company to run. And that's sort of the way that Prince Orgev has been. And so, but nonetheless, though, obviously because of what happened with the morning, anything associated with Seer has great symbolic power, enormous symbolic power, regardless of whatever actual power they have. But the point is, when you went to Thrain, the Keeper of the Flame and all that, they had a military, right? When you go to some of these other places, they have a presence, a military presence. Obviously, Braylon still has one. New Seer, maybe they've got a militia, but they are not that kind of a force. You are going to meet with someone who comes from greatness and is no longer great. I think that might be the way to describe it. And so the king says, I would like you to accompany the ambassador. This part, however, well, I'll describe something more in a minute. Prince Orgev wants to reclaim the Mournland for Seer. He believes that at some point the only way to restore his country and his people is to take back their homeland, and he is no friend of the Lord of Blades. If you can earn the prince's confidence and learn the location of this secret facility, then Braylon's armies will be able to join forces. What I am about to tell you is not known beyond the boundaries of this room, but we have been in discussions with Thrain, Ondare, and Karnath. All are in agreement that our armies will join together and march forward to put a stop to the Lord of Blades once and for all, once we can find the location of this secret facility. There is, however, one twist. I am not making this request lightly. I recognize the dangers associated with it, but I would like you to take the Oracle of War with you. The reason is not necessarily to use it as a military advantage, for you're not going there for that purpose. The reason is that I am convinced that it is tied up with what is happening with the Draconic prophecy and with what will eventually happen with Seer, New Seer, Brayland, and the Lord of Blades. My heart tells me that there is something more in this thing, and that for whatever reason you have been chosen, perhaps by Eberron, he nods towards you, Nisiana, or perhaps through the will of those who walk in dreams, and he nods at you, Merime. But whatever the reason, you are tied to the fate of this thing and it to you. I believe that only you are capable of knowing when or if it must be used. And even more important, and he leans forward and his voice drops, and you can sort of see like the room almost seems to get a little bit still, and he says, "You are also the only ones that I trust to protect it from being taken. Even here, I cannot be sure of its security." And one of the tigers that was the other one that was not licking its paw, you hear kind of slight growl.
Oh, sorry.
And then it sort of reaches its paw up and goes, beep, beep.
No, he pulls it up and he's just like, the king is moving. The king is moving. And he pauses.
What I typed in the chat is pretty much what Ilarion says through the mind link.
With all the dots, too.
Oh, yeah. A long pause. And then he said that thing. And he's like, yeah, he's right. He's exactly correct. The king is correct. We have to take the damn thing. It's like this eternal albatross around our necks. Yep.
So, question, Ambassador.
Yes, please.
Are you good with traveling with us rather than us escorting you?
And the ambassador smiles broadly and says, I understand. You have military and tactical and wizardly power far beyond my own.
You talk to.
Say again? What? Sorry.
She said, no, I just don't trust anybody you talk to.
And he nods and he says, well, that makes two of us. I don't trust the people I talk to either. And
Valerian actually speaks up again. It doesn't clear his throat, though, because they don't have to. Why are we sure that the prince knows where this facility is? And how did they come about this information?
The reality is that only, the king says, the reality is that only Siren royalty would have known the location of this forge of creation, other than House Cannith. They were the ones who originally commissioned its creation during the war, and Prince Organev is the royal representative. He was around at that time, and no one else is likely to know it if he does not. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that only Siren royalty would be able to give us this information. Given the current state of the Siren state, he sort of pauses. He may also feel like he has few alternatives. I might have preferred for him to travel to us, but he refused, and I don't blame him. Under the circumstances, anyone traveling from one place to another is at risk, especially royal leaders at this time.
I ping. Well, I just mentioned in the thing that when I connected to the god's mind, I saw that some military leaders also knew the location of the forge, not just royalty, but for now, this is probably our best bet. And I'm not sure that he needs to be distracted with that information.
Are you telling us that?
Yeah, I'm telling you in the mind link.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
mind link.
Okay, I have a quick ping to Tanton. Obviously, I know you're at arm's length with your house. However, is there anyone in your house that you would trust that might know anything? I cannot see your house not being involved in this creation. Is there anyone we can talk to that possibly might have information on this?
That I trust. No.
How about don't trust? If we need the information.
Several. Many of them here in the castle. The artificers who work here for the king are more devoted to the king than they are to Merrick's. Maybe not by much, but somewhat. And though they might not know the location of the Creation Forge, if the prince does, and if the people in this room know that Siren nobility would know where it was, then I can guarantee you the worst case scenario is that the Lord of Blades also knows that Siren nobility would know it. So he will be after the prince as well.
Oh boy.
This is all internal, I assume?
Yeah.
So you're saying, okay.
Yeah, speed of thought. Okay. I mean, we don't really have a choice in terms of like accepting or not accepting this particular mission.
Same.
And the king says, what say you, members of the King's Citadel? I will provide you, I hope, some things to as well assist you along your way. Will you take on this mission that I can entrust to no one else with any safety?
Ambassador,
And he turns, yes,
are you afraid of heights?
I have too frequently fallen from them to be afraid of them, sir. And he
Oh, we have something in common.
bows low.
Yes, we will accept the mission you have charged us with.
The king looks back, turns back, and you can almost see him settle back as if he's slightly relieved. And he says, I will give you a few hours before you must depart, and in that time, I will give you, I hope, some resources. Specifically, he is going to give you 1,200 gold pieces per person to purchase items or equipment. Now, Road is not as big as Sharn, but it does have a highly stocked kind of like, top level. It's a lot of ribbons, it sure is. Top level, no joke ribbons. Mithril ribbon.
Let's go, Nisiana!
Forget it, we're retiring and opening up our ribbon store.
I was going to
We're all
say,
done.
can
We're
you
out.
even carry 1,200 gold pieces worth of ribbon?
God.
Anyway, so it's not as big, but the stuff that it has is of the highest level quality. And in fact, I would even argue that probably some low level like magic items could be discovered here. And any like highest level masterwork, any of that stuff certainly available, including equipment. So if you all want to think about that before our next session, you're welcome to do that. He also is giving you this because of the legacy event that you had just now about the sort of the making trouble thing. Yeah. Each of you also receive a potion of heroism. Now, potion of heroism is a very nice potion, and is one of those ones that like people don't think about the impact of it, and they're like, it's a potion. Yeah, but a potion of heroism, I'm here to tell you, for first of all, an hour after drinking it, so you get 10 temporary hit points. You are also under the bless spell while you are taking it. So essentially, and there's no concentration required. So if you were hit by it, you don't lose it. You just continue to be blessed for an hour.
I give mine to Rowan.
You're muted, I think.
Or you're
something.
just very quiet, Ron.
Yeah,
Nope,
you
can't hear you.
Muted.
did it again. Mike decided it didn't like you anymore.
We like you.
Very much.
Hit it again.
Nope.
Nope.
Rowan has been silenced.
As much as we like to play charades with Rowan, but still.
No, seriously.
My lip reading is not that good.
Right, so before the silence spell hit Rowan, did we see the tigers gesturing at all?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The tiger like puts one paw over the other, and then you're just sort of like, oh no! like the greatest suspicion is the tigers. You're just kind of like, they're the ones that
I'm telling you, man. One of them's a damn
can't
Rakshasa.
resist. She's gonna be like, "Can I pet the tigers?"
He's infiltrated the king's.
Yep, the king's catadal, perhaps.
I was gonna say Kittydale, but yeah.
Kittadal, that's even better. It's far better than my attempt at a pun. So yeah, I guess Brandon, just let me know if you
Figure out the issue.
Yeah, okay, right. Okay. So he does this and he says, "Again, I am aware this is a difficult journey, but it is one that I can think of no better group to provide. You have already done more for Brayland than anyone should be asked to do on their own. But I suspect this will be one that begins to bring home our curses to the Lord of Blades. I have faith you can do it." And the ambassador says, "Don't worry, Your Magister. Your Magister. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have every confidence Prince Orgev will be unable to resist our considerable skills and charms." And he sweeps low. The cloak flows up, and as he stands up, falls perfectly in line.
All right, settle down, bud.
So
I'm only programming my brain to be like, okay, talk to the ambassador, tell him, when shit hits the fan, because it will, stay within this amount of range of me, etc., etc., etc. Stay away from Rowan because he sets himself on fire.
still no dice, Brandon.
I've had
Now
trying
you're
to suppress
offended.
a smile the whole time, and it's not.
It's not working.
It's not working, especially with the flourish. I'm like,
Yeah, there
okay.
you are. You're back. I heard you.
Yay!
Yay!
I have no idea what happened.
That's weird.
Yeah, so you were saying.
Right, so while that is happening, in the when we received the gold in the mind link, I say to Tantin, "Do you want to go shopping later?"
No.
Not even if it required finding cool whatever metal is probably cooler and more useful than the one that is presently in my arm?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know, we'd figure it out.
We'd need to figure it out before we went to do it, because then we would know what to purchase.
Fair enough. I'll brainstorm some ideas and get back to you. And now I'm daydreaming. Is it possible to fit a long gun in my arm?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's like
It's like a type of
I would
deal.
extend the barrel. It can be done.
Can my
absolutely.
pistol also suddenly turn into a rifle?
Can it be something out of The Last of the Mohicans where it's just this ridiculously long, like a barrel that just,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or can I just have the pistol and the rifle? Probably not.
boy.
But we shall.
It would be easier. It would be easier to do a dual barrel, but I'd have to talk to Arv about the mechanics of it.
Mm-hmm. You know what I should do? I should do a lama. I'm gonna message you some things.
Yes, Samus arm. I bet. Well, listen, Brandon would be all about the Samus arm. As you all are starting to think about this, and the king bids you farewell, you head out of the chamber, and the ambassador says, "I will also go forward to make certain that we are prepared for our departure. Since you mentioned," and he turns to you, Mia Tanton to Kenneth, "this question about heights. I should say
Mia
that
Tanton Tagashaw.
I am most apologetic. Mia Tanton Tagashaw to Kenneth. I was aware that you asked this question about heights, and there were in fact several ways that we could get to Nusir. Overland using electric rail, or
Just
lightning rail,
Alaska, yes, I know.
or this thing with the airship. I was curious as to which you would prefer."
Since time is a factor, and we would have to take the lightning rail to Star Alaska and then walk the road or take a cart or whatever from Star Alaska down to New Sear. Much faster route is to simply take our airship directly there from here.
Very well. Then I will notify them. And I should say, for all of you, it is an honor to travel with you.
Notify them who?
And he says, the people at the dock. You, of course, have had your airship here when you first arrived. I will let them know that all other airships
We
are
will
to
let
be moved.
them know.
He pauses and raises a hand and says, very well.
Woo.
You may proceed as is necessary, as you see fit.
Just like Nisiana's just like, he's grumpy. And we have reason for him to be grumpy. Sorry about
I'm
that.
having a hard time with the smile still because everything is kind of funny right now to me.
So he kind of lowers himself into a bow again, and then he says, I will see you shortly, and heads off. And as he does, and the five of you are sort of standing, in the hallway outside the king's chamber, you, just as the door is closing, I would say maybe one of you, possibly Ilarion, might have a chance to look back as the door is closing. And
Yes,
just
yes,
to
I
see
would.
the implacable, no, not implacable, that's wrong. The imperturbable, not implacable, imperturbable face of three. You could just see the gold glittering off their cape, and they have a hand underneath their chin, and are sort of looking out the door in your direction in their same inscrutable way. And that's
Could I get a quick insight check on him in that glimpse?
You can, and that will bring our session to a close.
Yep. I can't do it.
Please reveal that he's actually evil.
No, I can't. Unfortunately, I cannot yet. I
Is
didn't
it
pick the one that
Rickshaw
allows me to boost my ability checks. But we're just gonna have to go for it. We'll see. Come on.
All right, I can inspire you.
17.
17. It's up to you if you want to do that.
I go for it.
Inspiring Ilarion.
All right. Mutantin Tagashot to Kenneth will inspire. Actually, Trendane Sparks will inspire.
Yes.
25.
25. Hey.
Nice.
You?
Your sense of this, Ilarion.
Warforged, Starforged to Warforged, baby.
Starforged to Warforged, yes.
Uh-huh.
Your sense of this. What's up, Rip and the Goon? Hey, man. Your sense of this as you're looking through the door is that they, as they look out the door at you, that there is a focus, and it is a focus of a gaze that is not just directed towards the party. 3 seems to be looking with particular interest, Ilarion, at you. And that is where we will bring our session to a close. When we begin our next session chat, there will be a little conversation. Please remind me, I don't want to forget it, between Ilarion and Nisiana. But after that, we will be heading to the refugee town, really, of New Sear. And, just a few diplomatic things set up. No big deal. No intrigue going on.
What could possibly go wrong?
No, I mean, it's,
Well,
it's totally fine. Let me lay that out for you. This was a lot of fun. I knew that this was going to be a heavy RP session and a heavy intrigue, like who can we trust session. But we had a big combat last time, and so we had something else here. But everyone was definitely on their A game, and there was, I had this sense of sort of leading into the last season of a show that everyone's really familiar with, and you feel like a lot of I's are being dotted and T's are being crossed, right? And building up to this big confrontation, that there are a lot of moments to sort of take into account. Good gravy, there's a lot of stuff that we've been doing and that we have to consider. And so that is something that was on my mind quite a bit as you're sort of heading into this with various individual concerns, but also what the King's Citadel has to deal with overall, dealing with this Oracle of War. Sorry, Rippin. We've been streaming, though, for about 3 hours and 15, 20 minutes, so the time has come, I'm afraid. So I will start with John, as usual. Ilarion, again, very interesting to see kind of Ilarion's reactions to some of this and thinking a little bit about, as ever, what is going to be in the sort of best interests of the Citadel as a whole, but also maybe concerns about, I don't know, endings, about what happens when you find yourself heading towards the end of a road. What is that going to look like? That's something you'd have to tell me or us, but it was interesting to me to see Ilarion sort of considering what is going to be done at this sort of last calm before the storm, the calm before the plunge, if we will. So that's interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It's always a pleasure to talk with Halar. We've been doing this for over 2 years now, right? At least.
Yep.
In real time. But in game time, I think Halar and Ilarion have developed quite mutual respect and admiration kind of society amongst the two of them, between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, Halar never shies away from asking the hard questions, and Ilarion is always happy to answer them, whether Halar likes the answers or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's always a pleasure, and the fact that you divided it up, so it was Rowan and I, which was a very interesting, very Mutt and Jeffy kind of or maybe Fafnir and the Mouser. I'm not sure which of the partnership would really work, but it was also a great back and forth among the three of us. And then I really enjoyed Ilarion's conversation with Rowan afterwards when I kind of called him out on, like, God damn it, man, come on. That was awesome. Really, of course, always enjoyed that. Role playing with all these folks is so enjoyable every time. And so that was a lot of fun. It's funny, very quickly, that you mentioned End of the Road, because, and it's something maybe RVU and I will talk about a little bit later, I have, when this campaign comes to an end, it's always going to, I already know, assuming Ilarion survives, I know what they're going to do after this is over. And so we will, at some point, and I think it make a very good, in my opinion, ending for the campaign itself. I have it all mapped out in my mind. I've had it for several levels, and at the end of everything, I'll tell people why I had it. But yeah, I've thought about it for a long time, assuming the Starforged lives. Yeah. So this has been, of course, great fun. If you want to see me live in person, I will be in Columbus, the glorious city of Columbus, Ohio, which actually I'm not even kidding about that. Columbus is a very nice town to have a convention in. Mm-hmm. Especially where they have it, and just down the street is like the fantastic, I think it's the third ward, some ward they have, which shops and food and all
the
sorts
international
of
market. Yeah.
Yes. Market North is always great. It's a good time, and Origins is it's a very fun convention. It's Gen Con light, not nearly as crowded or busy, and it's a very good time. So Catalyst will be there in all our glory in the game hall. So come find us. I think it's 20. I want to say 2405. They gave me the number. I've already forgotten it, but you'll see the big banner. Don't worry. And come by and say hello and play some games and have some fun. It's a good time. So, and then unfortunately, all of us will not meet until next month. So, that cannot come soon enough. I'm really enjoying the kickoff to the final chapter. And a little bittersweet, of course, because all great things have to come to an end, and eventually this one will be one of them. But it is what it is.
Thank you, John. Good stuff tonight, as always. Just, again, thank you, Cookie Canuck, for the sub. I appreciate that while that was going on. Good to see you. And, I actually just looked, and so we started this campaign May of 2022. So it has been just over 3 years. But I have to say, 3 years averaging 6-7 levels a year is not bad when you're meeting twice, 2 times a month. So I feel we've had some pretty good movement, level 1 up to level, 17 to this point. But about 3 years so far. And depending on how things go, I would certainly expect by the end of this calendar year at the latest. So I would figure 3.5 years is what it'll end up being about. So pretty good. But always a pleasure. Thank you, John. Also, again, good stuff, Jen from Nisiana. I think, again, there is things that Nisiana has to navigate in terms of who can be trusted and who can't. And I thought it was interesting. I did get that sense, Hilar meeting with everybody. Clearly, I agree with John that Hilar and Ilarion do have that connection for sure. But I think Hilar has tried to build a connection with every individual in the King's Citadel for a particular reason. And so Nisiana did a lot of sort of like, Merimee did too, and I'll get to that. But Nisiana did a lot of like, we know what we have to do, like what's before us, and like we've made the decision we have. And in your case, it was, I have confidence and faith. Like I've I know what, lies before us, even if I don't know the specifics. I know about, that our end is going to be, whatever that end will be, is one that will be worthy of it, and worthy of us. And that was interesting to me to see the sort of confidence that Nisiana possesses, that is really important and powerful and necessary, to provide a sense of hope, and also to provide a sense of, this is someone who has to keep not only the physical points of the, King's Citadel together, but also kind of the spirits of the King's Citadel together. And so it was interesting to watch a little bit of that in the discussions with Hilar. I have a feeling that Nisiana may have a very fun relationship with the ambassador, but we'll see. How did you, I don't mean that in any ominous way. I'm just saying, like, I just had a sense that there's going to be some, like when you were talking about, like, I'm going to have to talk to you about, don't get too far away. That was funny. Anyway, How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I thought it was a fun session. Because we've had like a full week downtime. She's gotten out to do a little bit of shopping and stuff like that. She knows that the worst is coming, so she is going to enjoy things now. But she really does have faith. She's the heart for the reason. She doesn't need logic to tell her just how bad things are going to be. So she has to believe in herself, her party, and her God, whom she's actually had conversation with. So she's just like, well, if the worst happens and I die, I at least know where I'm going. But dying is easy. Living is hard.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons she gave him the wrist bracelet thing, one of those sliding sized ones, one, it makes her happy, and two, it is a touchstone for him. Whether he wears it or not, he will have ribbons in the colors that Nisiana and Merime are most known for. But yeah, she definitely has to lecture the ambassador on things like, okay, one, don't call me a Tantan by his family name anymore. Just don't. Two, when things go bad, and they will, stick close to me, because she will just have to give him the rundown of, if you would like to survive, this is how you do it. I know, and Nisiana knows she is choosing joy at this point, because she is the one person in the group, other than Merime, who can choose it. And so she is, like, everybody's going to get a little wrist bracelet and stuff like that, because it makes her happy. And if anybody wears them, she will be visibly happy. Would you stop eating my plush?
No. Oh, no. Sorry.
Freya's favorite weapon is plush, and she just pulled this down off the shelf, and now she's going for death because I took the shark.
Well, I mean, that was clearly a threat before Freya dealt with it. I mean,
Yeah, well,
I'm only protecting you.
Yeah. Seriously.
Got that little scowl on its face.
Yeah, like at any moment.
I mean, it was clearly coming right at you, Jeff.
Fierce,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Lilu has actually ever seen it that close. All right. Other than that, let's see. If you want to see where I am going to be, I am actually playing in a Catch the Conspiracy game with Brandon O'Brien as the GM on Wednesdays. We only have like 2 sessions left, but it's utterly ridiculous. Like, utterly ridiculous. We have nothing but chaos monkeys in this game, including the GM.
I'm stunned. I could not have things.
I would have figured that.
No one could have predicted.
No.
Psychic cats. Actually, Triffid is not a chaos monkey. Triffid's like the mom of the group.
Yeah, Triffid, I imagine, was trying to like hold everyone together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're on Alphabet Streams on Wednesday nights. My time it's 5 to 7 p.m. So they're short games. So you should see us this next Wednesday. What day of the week? Oh, today's Saturday. What is time? And
Hi, Prince Justin. And yes, Alphabet Streams.
Alphabet Streams. I was thinking about grabbing the link, but I didn't know if I clicked over onto it, if it would boot me out of this one, or because I don't do multiple streams at once. Other than that, that's all I can think of right now. But I actually really enjoyed it. I still want to pet the tigers, but
telling you, man, those
I would
tigers,
get
those
fat.
tigers.
I like how you want to
Tigers.
pet them and other people are suspicious of these tigers.
Well, yeah, I didn't have to. I never even saw the. Oh wait, no, I did fight the Rakshasa the second.
Yeah. In that warehouse. Yeah.
But I still want to pet the kitty.
Always a pleasure, Jen. Thank you. Good stuff tonight. And to be worried about the plush. Brandon, also good stuff from Rowan. As per usual, I think, and I did want to see the connecting these two sort of sides of a spectrum. And there's multiple spectrums that theoretically you could also have been on the other end of, it depends. But I think the idea of one being more sort of abstract random, but I loved when you said when Rowan says the thing about is not needlessly reckless, and Hilarion is just sort of looks in that direction. No comment, just
That
I'm
could
just
not
saying.
go unchallenged, sir.
But I was what I thought, Hilar also, I thought it was so interesting that everyone in the party has repeatedly made clear how valuable Rowan is to the King's Citadel and how much is a part of what the Citadel is. And how Rowan himself, it seems to me, still doesn't totally trust that, and continues to say things like you said, like Rowan said tonight, which was, somehow you lucked into. I was also had a little bit of moment of amusement that Alar, that maybe it wasn't totally luck, lucked into this group of people that are super honest and somehow have made me, Rowan, kind of vaguely the same way of caring about them and these other people. I don't understand how that's happened entirely, but there it is. And I love the image of the pickpocketing of the king and being like, does he recognize me or not? That was also funny too. So a lot of things that are gonna, I think, test Rowan's knowledge of the shadows, if you will, but also getting a sense of Rowan sort of merging in more with the Citadel as a group. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I liked the conversation that Rowan and Ilarion had.
Longer than I meant it to go on, by the way. Sorry, it was that
because
noise
you
is
were
gone
busy
now.
fighting a banshee outside or some kind of
yeah.
craziness like that. But yeah, John was making comparisons to stuff like Matt and Jeff. I am particularly favorable to Abbott and Costello, but we will take it. I think one of the things that I like about playing Rowan in a party like this is that the party is kind of uniquely split on how to respond to Rowan at any one point in time, because I do feel like Merame and to some extent Tantin just already automatically kind of trust that whatever whirlwind Rowan is up to will eventually materialize as useful at some point. But Luciana and Ilarion seem hell-bent on getting the sure answer of whether Rowan is reliable or not.
Yeah.
Oh, he's our shadow.
I kind of I still like there are two things about that interaction that I like, and one of it is that I do get to essentially come down on the idea that me being dishonest is the useful thing about me. It's why I'm on the team. But I also like playing into what is obviously the other kind of conversation there, which is do you actually value the things that we value? Are you on this team for the same reasons that we are? And I like being able to respond to that essentially as a con man, I know that you're not supposed to rip off honest people because they deserve better. you being the most honest people that I've ever met, the thing that you deserve is seeing this mission through, because you don't deserve to have suffered all the things that you have like already experienced to get here. And I like paying that off in a way that is still not reassuring to anybody, which is very funny to me.
Yeah.
I really dug that. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens. Like at this point, I've already kind of assumed maybe we supposed to roll 30s to figure out which one of these people are definitely evil. I'm automatically assuming I still don't trust any of these people. So we'll see where that conflict comes next. I'm also excited to spend my 3,000 gold pieces. I actually looked at my sheet and made sure. I need to find a sheet of mithril and get Tantin to turn it into like 8-foot long gun.
I like that you were like, you want to go shopping? He's like, no. What if it was for my gun though? And he's like, still no.
Yeah. So hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you can see me so many places. Wednesday, as previously mentioned, I'm the GM of a Cats the Conspiracy game called The 9 Lives of Mrs. Bouvier. And in it are our good friends Jennifer Brozak and Triffity Max and Sean Duke, the person who runs the Alphabet Streams channel.
All good people.
And one of our colleagues from the Skiffy and Francie show, Stephen Geigen Miller, who all play very cute kitties who have been given the very arduous task of making sure that an old lady doesn't get murdered by her kin. It is wild. Session 1, they stopped said old lady from being electrocuted while making a cup of tea. So it's been very enjoyable so far. It's been an absolute delight to play a game where even when the stakes are high, we get to be absolutely silly. So I've been enjoying that a great deal. Where else will you see me doing things? We are barreling very closely towards Gen Con, so if you're going to be at Gen Con, I will physically be there in late July alongside like half of the 2/3 actually of the people who will be here. And then immediately after that is Seattle Worldcon, where I will also be doing the thing. So if you're going to be in Seattle Worldcon, I would like you to also participate there as well. And the only thing that I can say before that is a reminder that we do not live in a monarchy, #NoKings. And that also means you have a responsibility to ensure that the parts of the world that you live in are safe for people to enter and find the same kinds of joys that you find. Suffice it to say that one of the other reasons why this moment is important is because you are also in a moment where people are being harassed, not simply for being immigrants to a country that was founded by immigrants, but by looking like one in a country where the majority of its citizens are the descendants of immigrants. So any effort that you make to ensure that your kin are safe and find not only safety but dignity in these spaces that they are in is work that you can do, and work that you can do very easily without risking your life or becoming poor, simply by being observant of your surroundings and providing shelter for the people who need it. I am busy. I am done being annoying. You can find me on the internet almost everywhere at The Rising Tides, or on my website, which is brandonO'Brien.xyz.
Thank you, Brandon. Never annoying. Always a pleasure. As always, good work tonight. Marie, great work as well from Merime. I thought, again, the moments, the sort of direct speech, the little mini telepathic speech you were giving to Halar really summarized, I think, a lot of the kind of emotional heart of the journey of this group. In that everyone has been through a lot, but also recognize that they've done it for the reasons that they had to. and there may be a sea of chaos and betrayal and all this stuff outside, but not necessarily among this small circle, and that, we few, we happy few. And there was a little bit of a sense of that. And I am curious, and I know this is not finished, obviously, but the processing of the touching the mind of a god thing and all that is ongoing. But the sense that it seemed genuine to me that Merime really thinks that being in this moment now, which is interestingly what Brandon was just talking about, IRL, but being in the moment right now is something in which there is a chance to kind of keep going and process things and not just sort of fall to the ground and weep, being continually connected to the moment. And so I thought it was interesting that that was represented here, and in a way that was sort of trying to give some solace to Hilar at the same time as the, you're sort of giving solace to yourself almost a little bit in that conversation. So I thought that was really interesting. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today's session. Of course, always fun to see what everybody's up to as well. Um, for me, like, yeah, the touching the mind of a god is definitely not over. Like, she's still processing, and like, I don't know if any of you have have ever almost died. Like, you have a moment where you're like, an inch away from dying, and then for the next little while, you feel like you're living two lives. Like, there's one life in which,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're not alive anymore. Like, you died, and then this section that you occupy now, not just mentally but physically, and how you work with everything, from recognizing things that you'd forgotten about, or just like kind of enjoying the little pieces. That's kind of what she's going through right now. So she's like, okay, we've had a week of downtime, I've gone ribbon shopping, yeah, bad shit's happened, but it's okay, we're here now. We're not trauma processing, we're just going. So that's kind of where she's at now, because she saw everyone dead. Like, for her, that still clings to her, right? Even though her sister came to get her. And part of her is like, wait, is this the dream, or or was that the dream?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
sometimes, right? That's where she's at right now. I'm curious to see where it will go, but we'll see as things go, and I'm sure there will be no repercussions on anything like
Mm.
that. So yeah, I enjoyed all of that very much, of course, as always fun to see it. Also, I like that Mirime got to tell Rowan that he was being a great member of the King's Citadel. Uh, that way she was enjoying that. She's enjoying watching all of her friends and allies work through things. So yeah, thank you. Very fun. Um and I look forward to the next time. I'm sad it's not gonna be till July, but I hope everybody has fun with their various events. Um and I have one thing that I want to mention. I have a new shared world book. It's a really cool story
Mm.
that was announced this week.
Oh
It's a
yeah, I saw this. You talk about this on social media.
Yeah, it's a co-written, so it's called Dark Reflections. That's the name of the series. The first book is Blue Plate Special. It's based on the art of Jeff Lee Johnson. I will put it in the chat of Jeff Lee Johnson, which creates these like really cool, like vintage looking images. And then the closer you look at them, the weirder it gets. There's like, weird spiders everywhere. There's a blood streaked hand on there's a blind man reading the paper. Like, there's all these things, and we were basically brought on board. I was one of six authors, with like Donna Monroe, Mercedes Yardley, Christine Taylor Butler, and brought on board to bring this story to life. So, and it's really interesting because it's not just like, it wasn't IP writing, like, I got a book. It was like, which is what I thought at first, like, I didn't wrap my head around it when I first talked with the publisher. But we all have a point of view, and then the six writers stacked together to tell the story. It's an experience. It's a very different experience. So that book is up for pre-order now. It's coming out in November. It is really cool. If you like anything like horror, weird vibes, creepy, mystery, like, it's, anyways, I'm really proud of it. I've read the whole book multiple times by now, and it's really neat. So I hope you'll check it out and give pre-orders. It's a fun experiment, a different way of playing with story, and one that I think really pays off. And aside from that, I will be here next. I am not doing any American cons this year, but I will be at CanCon in Ottawa in October, so you should just all come there instead. So there you go.
Good stuff, Marie. Thank you
Easy
as
peasy.
always. Easy, yeah. Just do that. That's fine. Thank you, Marie. Good stuff as always. And Trent, last but not least, again, I love the image of Tanton working on something that was enlarged, and then like so I can see what I'm doing, right? And sort of very actively involved in that, but also sort of laying out the implications of it. And what was striking, what I was thinking about as you were talking about that, let me tell you what the threat is. Total threat. Everyone's in trouble. It struck me that was something coming out of as well, the experience of being in Metrol and the intense feelings that had for you, going all the way down, facing the dark god, the death and all that stuff, and then of the land of the dead, and then coming out of it, and knowing that you're now going to New Seer, and you're going to see some of the refugees, presumably, of what happened at the time. But there may be a sense of, you can tell me, of maybe of purpose that Tanton has in sort of explaining it, here's what is the deal. Like, here's what's going on, and here's what we're facing, and you better, kind of recognize this stuff without sort of dancing around it. So it's not that, Tanton has always been willing to be blunt, but Tanton is also interested in whatever it is that he's working on, right? This was a moment where when you're like, right, zip, tune, focus, here's the thing. There was no sort of lack of focus or let me get back to working on stuff. And I was really struck by what you said about the idea of, wanting to make things that make people happy. And maybe that's just not available anymore at a certain point. I was like, oh, God. You could really feel the impact of that on him. So interesting stuff from Tanton. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
As always, loved it. This is always a highlight of my month, even if it's only one time. If we don't get to play twice, this is one thing I always look forward to. One of the things I cherish the most about playing with this group is the fact that we know each other well enough that we can really push some boundaries, and we know that this is in character. Yeah. And this is not, and we can, and we all understand the value of, of really good drama.
Yeah.
Not look, I wrote this thing in junior high. No. Anyway, and then we can play with those kinds of things and trust that each other will react not only as our character would react, but that we won't carry it over into, I can't believe you did that to my character.
Yeah, of course.
Back in the green room. Well, except for that one. No, never mind. I really, really liked it. And it's always a blast to play with all of these fine folks, and that guy over there.
Yeah, me.
And the whole the idea of it coming to an end. I keep thinking about, okay, what am I going to do next? And I can envision myself saying, well, I'd like to take a break for a while, and everybody going, no, like, no, we're going to play again right now, kind of thing. It's just great. I imagine for Tanton that he has not been to New Seer ever.
Right, probably.
He doesn't been, like, he knows it's there
for many reasons.
And not that I'm trying to remember what the movie the thing was from. Oh, no, it was not a movie. It was from an episode of Firefly, where the episode Trash, where they're going back to get the Lassiter, the laser pistol, the thing, and Mal tells Saffron, I got to figure that this is the one line you told yourself you'd never cross. And it's like, for him, Seer is the one place he's like, I am never going there. And now he's got to do it. And at every turn, people keep saying, well, your house. And it just the flinch is getting stronger. It's like, these fuckers are part of the reason that this whole thing is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
my house. Yeah.
If we could just make things that make people happy.
Yep.
Just be Santa Claus.
Yeah.
and the world would be a much better place. And blah.
The Kenneth Toys R Us. There you go.
Right, exactly.
So
but
easy.
still in existence because Toys R Us is gone.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, just brilliant. Love these folks. When I imagine that at some point, especially if the Mind Link is still up. Oh, that was no, never mind. I'll say that in the green room. But at some point, as Nisiana is going through the checklist of, okay, Ambassador, here's what you need to know, blah blah blah. And once she's finished everything else, she just kind of stop and turn back and say, and if you ever betray the party, Tanton will put a bolt through your throat instantly. Just don't even fuck around with that.
And you being somewhere being like, yes, indeed. Like you're like.
Except for the fact that it's constantly loaded. So whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, just delightful. So where will people see me next? Here, I imagine. I think probably. Yeah, back here next month. As I said at the top of the episode, there is my coffee link if you want to give me a present for my birthday next weekend. Not tomorrow, by the way. Happy Father's Day. Which is tomorrow. But a week after that is my birthday, and I will be telling my father, Happy Father's Day. Thank you for me. Because that's always our thing, is that I was his first I was his first Father's Day present. And so
That's sweet.
Yeah, it really is. I love my dad a lot. He's like the only member of my family that I probably wouldn't like to see die in a fire. That's not true. My sister and my brother, my oldest younger brother. But everybody else, it's like if I got an email tomorrow saying, "Oh, yeah, they're all dead," it's like, all right.
But not your dad, which is the
not my dad and not my sister.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of in line with that. I recently, like a couple of days ago, a buddy of mine from high school sent me an email, and he was like, "Hey," I'm like, "Oh my God, wow, okay." And it never gets confusing with him because his name is Dane. So anyway, so he was like, he was saying that he had to go back to Lake Dallas, where we went to high school. He had to go back for a funeral, and he wasn't even 5 minutes off the plane. He was still at the DFW airport and got into a fist fight with a trumper. And I'm like, good boy.
Welcome home.
Yeah, no shit. But yeah, that's all I can really think of. Everything else that I have to say will be said in the green room after we get done.
Good stuff as always, Trent. And I do want to point out to everyone out there that, again, as has now been announced, the last two audiobooks in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, are going to be released towards the end, basically in the fall of this year. Could be late fall, but and Trent will be narrating both of them.
What?
It'll be coming out again. Haha! No, it'll both be coming out from Athos Arts. And if you've heard the awesome work that Trent did on the first Grey Shade, first audiobook Grey Shade, it was, say again, what?
I said, then you were hallucinating.
Then you're hallucinating. No, Trent did a wonderful job, and I'm really excited to have him back to do those, which will really bring, we got Grey Shade TTRPG coming out with Brandon. We've got the last two audiobooks, so really kind of bringing all of that to putting a nice, neat little bow on all of it, and I'm very excited for that. So be on the lookout for Trent's amazing work.
Fortunately, if you need bows, we have people with lots of ribbons.
That's true. A lot of ribbons, and especially $1,200 gold worth that you could possibly get. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm going to let these folks go. Great pleasure to have the Infinity and Beyond crew as always, and you will see them back here next month for what I hope will be two sessions next month as we move on with the final tribute. Wonderful work today, Infinity and Beyond. Chat, can we get some love for Trent Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for Brandon O'Brien, for Jennifer Brozek, and for John Helfers. Great job, crew. I will see you folks back here next month. Bye for now. All right. That is going to do it for us here. And as always, it was a great, great pleasure to be able to do this. I really have enjoyed really sinking my teeth into this campaign. I like, the ones that I don't know whether I would do or how long it would take before I would ever do another like level 1 to level 20. I'd have to think about it, but there's a lot invested in that, and it's a lot of time that you're spending in one particular thing, although there's been a lot of different elements to it. But I really have always wanted to do it, and I always wanted to do a campaign in Eberron, and I've had a chance to do both, and to do it with this great crew. This is my longest running campaign, and so if you ever do, I'd be happy to join. Well, I've been really enjoying it, Gaia Shield, and it's been good times. So I am very excited to be able to see where things go in the final season. And again, for those of you who missed it, stick around for the video at the end, because this is our brand new video for season 6, put together by the amazing Wholesome Horror Gaming, and with music by Chrono Wolf. And this is the final season, of course, of Eberron Oracle of War. What we do after that, we will announce a little bit down the line, but it's going to be great. So, but we are, however, going to do a raid today, because we do have a few people that are here, and by few I mean we had a good solid turnout here. So if you are not a sub, you're going to do that. The Arvanauts have landed by Twitch raid. If you are a sub, then you're going to do the same thing about the Arvanauts have landed, but Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Switch, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Yoo-hoo, Arvany, what the heck, well, all the Arvanys, when you were brought over auto-magically to the place that we are going to raid. And let me just make sure that I actually get someone who's still going to be on when we raid. That is always important to do. I think got that. We got that. Yes. Okay. I think I know then who we will raid. Which will, oh, darn it. I was looking for something, and I found silent. I was looking for something, and I found this one thing. I was like, why are there not more channels? And I saw it was actually, I had accidentally put in D&D online, and I'm like, yeah, not quite that though. Okay, let's see. We may end up doing this, but I will make sure that we are. Yeah, that's dangerous. I want to make sure that I'm not raiding people that are going to immediately leave thereafter. Just want to make sure about that. That looks promising. Give me 1 second. Shadowed Mage with the 94 months of support. Thank you so much, Shadowed Mage. That is good stuff. Okay, I think that works. Thank you so much, Shadow Mage. I appreciate that. That is, let me see, 12. Is that, that is almost, we are almost on 8 years of support. I believe that's right? 96 months. So we are almost 8 years. We're closing in on that. Thank you, Shadow Mage. Of course, Shadow Mage, not only a highly respected mod on this channel, but also the host and DM of Community D&D, Waterdeep Dragon Heist with the Shadow Crew, which runs on here usually every Wednesdays, but an occasional Friday. And those are always a lot of fun, so you should definitely check that out. Yeah, thank you, Shadowed, for that. So yes, we're going to do that raid in just a minute. But before we go there, a couple of reminders to support the channel. And again, don't leave until you've seen that new video that we just put up that I'm going to be playing at the end of this again. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you for those of you who are watching over there. Please subscribe to us on YouTube. It's free for you to do that, but it really does help us out, and you get early access to some of the videos we put up there. !ArvCourt is our Discord channel. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, but that hell site, whatever. I'm really most interested in people following me over on Blue Sky, !ArvSky, where I am closing in on 1,000 followers. And once I hit that number, I will close down Twitter, and it will just be Blue Sky for me on the microblogging side. So !ArvSky for that. Please check out my Gen GMs show for DM and GM tips with myself and Zach Clay. Gen GMs for that. And please subscribe to us there. We are almost to 100 subscribers on our YouTube channel. channel for Gen GM, so that'll be a cool milestone for us. And again, you can get good stuff there too if you do that. So it's a win-win for everybody. On the, again, Arvin Eller on the website for most of this. On the financial front, exclamation point Arv Shop. That's the merchandise area where you can get stuff like this, cool swag to support the channel and also looks good. You can support the channel while looking good doing it. That's what everyone wants. Exclamation point Arv Treon is that Patreon right there. We're trying to get that into triple digits again. Cool, unique stuff you can get there that you cannot get in any other way, including subbing. So please do support us there. Also, you can sub to the channel, as several of you did tonight, and you get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, which again gives you some stuff that you can't get from the Patreon. So you get good, unique things from both is the idea. On the publishing front, exclamation point Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, as previously mentioned. Greyshade, Renegade, Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks. And you can also check out Renegade and Heretic. Those two audiobooks, you can go over to the Kickstarter for Faraway Dreaming, which is Athos's latest Kickstarter, and you can pre-order those books, actually all of the audiobooks, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, as add-ons to that campaign. So you can get a really cool book, and you can also get an add-on to that campaign, which will save you some money by pre-ordering those things ahead of time. So please consider doing that. And also, if you go to that Greyshade link, you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming at you from Alligator Alley Entertainment and Brandon O'Brien, who you saw from tonight. Very excited for the release of Greyshade coming up at Gen Con in about 6-7 or so weeks from now. Very excited for that. Otherwise, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, and the Rising Tides. Thank you so much to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, Kooky Canuck, Trendane, Bit, and again, Shadowed Mage. I said that already, so thank you so much to them. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Black Fury. Thank you to El Duderino. Thank you to Gaia Shield, to Jagtress, to Mr. Jonas, Nonstop, who's lurking back there, and of course to Radio Johnny Panda. And special thanks today to the Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Brandon, of Jen, and of John for being awesome. It is a pleasure to be able to GM for that group, and you'll see more of them next month. As far as for me, I will be back on Tuesday with more Beowulf Age of Heroes with our very own Tari Tunes, and then I will be playing some more Expeditions Rome over on my sister channel, GOG.com, with Pen and Pixels. Thanks, everybody. Please stick around for the raid, and of course, as we have been saying all along tonight, no kings. I'm glad to show that today, at least in America, we reflected in multiple ways that we are not interested in kings here. We are a democracy, and we're going to remain that way. And every time you join us as a member of a community like this, we learn the importance of holding together in common purpose. We will, under those circumstances, hang together, or as Benjamin Franklin said, we will surely hang separately. And yes, Bit, laughing nervously in Canadian, and we have enormous respect, Americans do, for Canada, whatever certain members of the government may actually think, just to be clear about that. With all of that said, much love to all of you. Thanks for being a great audience. Spread the word about our show. I will see you folks back here on Tuesday, but please stick around for the video and stick around for the raid, and I will see all of you lovely folks soon. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis, whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe, no matter the price. even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer, whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer, whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.